Dun, 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 dun. Bam, bam, dun. Bam. Welcome back to Danganronpa. I really like this game, and I'm always happy to play it. Moment you've all been waiting for. That. I'm not gonna say it like that. Look, I know what you mean. Okay, so, last left off, found Hifumi and the body discovery announcement went off. We come upstairs and oh dear god, there's Taka. Toko! Don't tell me. Toko too? Relax. She just passed out when she saw the blood. The blood? Oh, that's right. When Toko is, Toko, she has a fear of blood, huh? We've tried everything to get her to wake up, but no luck. Just leave her be for now. Taking a little nappy. Like you said, I should just leave her alone for now. She'll pop back up probably whenever it's funny. A dolly? No, I can't afford to waste time on this. I don't know, maybe it's important. Another hammer? Now it's Justice Hammer 4, and it's even bigger than before. That suspicious individual responsible for killing Taka, too?
However...
But... why is it Justice Hammer 4? What do you mean? The Lest was attacked with Justice Hammer 1. Then Hifumi was hit with Justice Hammer 2. This time it was Justice Hammer 4. What happened to number 3? Oh, right, she wasn't there for this part. Ah.
What?
What's the matter? Well, when you mentioned Justice Hammer 3, you just reminded me...
What?
Out with it. Do you know something? Actually, Taka's not the only one that's been killed. Hifumi's dead too!
What?
Yeah, a little slow on the draw there now.
Hey!
Hifumi's been killed? Yeah.
I see.
Which is why you came to get us. And we'd better go check it out.
Damn.
Of course, come on! So Sakura, Byakuya, and I rushed out of the physics lab. As soon as we were out of the physics lab. Yeah.
Oh.
Celeste, what are you doing here? You supposed to be waiting in the nurse's office?
Okay.
Something has come up. Yeah, I heard. Hifumi is dead, right?
Indeed.
Well, that is not all. It is... gone. Huh? What's gone? It has disappeared. Disappeared?
Okay.
Hifumi's body has disappeared. I think it's come up me. Hi, bathwater. What?
What did you say?
What are you talking about? It's disappeared. Don't be ridiculous.
Come on.
Are you serious?
What?
What the heck is happening here?
Hey!
Everyone, back to the nurse's office! I practically leapt down the stairs, nearly losing my balance. Reached the nurse's office, completely out of breath. Ba-bum! Couldn't believe my eyes. Hifumi's body was there just a few minutes earlier. Something a bit off about this picture. Just a bit. It just disappeared? Oh, Hina's not doing great. I think her eyes are also slightly uneven in this pic. I think her left eye is higher than her right. Like, they are not even here. In fact, did they... Not the eyelashes, but it's possible that the eye itself is actually rotated here. Like, they got one and then rotated it for the other. Hey, you see it? Yeah, I think it is rotated, but the surrounding was rished up. Such a wonderful ditz. He is, but I think they might have fucked up her art slightly in this one specific sprite, because I notice it every time, but it's only here that I'm saying, like, the left eye is higher up and maybe a little smaller? Maybe intentional? It does make her look concussed. Me and Celeste went to the bathroom. We were only gone for like a minute. Then when we got back...
Indeed.
This must be the work of the culprit. They must have come and carried the body away. Must really be enjoying this. Just because it does stick out. It'd be shocked if no one noticed. That's the thing, but also... a lot of the art in Danganronpa 1 looks a bit off, to be fair. Wouldn't have been hard. Wouldn't have been a hard fix. Yeah, but a lot of the art assets in this game do look slightly off. That one's possibly the most notable, but... enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused? We're all going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys died. What do you mean, those guys?
What did you say?
I don't believe this. I don't believe a body would just disappear.
Why?
First there were 2 murders, and now one of the bodies has been taken? This is unnatural.
Huh?
Hold on. What do you mean, 2 murders? Is it off for this one, too? Maybe it's... maybe not. Might be her hair throwing off my perception on this one.
Hina.
Whatever. Taka's been killed. We found him in the equipment room.
No way!
It can't be. Taka too? It can't be, it can't be.
No!
Quick, get out the image editor, draw some parallel lines. Crap, do I even still have, like, paint on this thing? I do. And I actually... It even looks a little off here. Wait, can I capture this for you guys? I can... One sec. There we go. Okay, okay. Not use this fucking thing in forever. Where's the straight line tool? Swear there is one. I have not used painted bucket forever. I'd make it so huge. Did not mean to. Where there's some way to... Okay, I can at least look at this and see that... Yes, the left eye is... Look at the bottom there. The left eye, our right, is slightly higher than the other one. At the bottom. We can see it. Nope. Where there's some kind of command to make it go in straight lines only. Don't save that. Okay, mystery solved. Maybe you hold shift or control, the line will be straight. I tried control, but we were still able to look, so shift worked.
Hina.
I guess it's just, that sprite is especially visible because her eyes are very dilated. Or the opposite of dilated. I forget the word. Hina, calm down. We're all gonna die. All of us. They're gonna kill all of us. Then who might the next target be? Toko? Huh?
What?
I completely forgot. She's still unconscious in the equipment room.
Well,
You left her at the scene of the crime? We didn't have a choice. She passed out and she refused to wake up. Yeah, but Sakura could probably pick her up one-handed.
huh?
So she is still unconscious?
Damn.
Wait, so you knew she was still up there and said nothing? Why? That annoying little insect that clings to me wherever I go. We'd be better off without her. Look, I understand your frustration at this, Byakuya. I do. But I'm not gonna gel with you on the she's better off dead thing. And I'm gonna level with you. It's because you talk about her like that, that's probably half the reason this ain't stopping. I wanna wait till we go into more of her free time events to talk about that.
Bastard!
Calm down. You forgot about her, didn't you? You have no right to blame me. No, we still have a right to blame you, but you are right, Sakura and Naegi were also a bit negligent here. Everyone stop fighting. Right now we need to hurry back.
Huh?
I can't take this anymore. I can very clearly see, like, the eyes are lopsided, but the pupils are not. That's what the problem is. Like, it's a rotation issue, almost.
Damn.
Byakuya, if something's happened to Toko, I'll never forgive you. You were gonna forgive him for the other shit he did? Remember he strung up Fujisaki by his goddamn neck, right? Yeah, he was already dead, but still. Got out of the nurse's office and bolted up the stairs, heading back to the 3rd floor. We ran back to the equipment room at full speed. And when we got there... Toko! Thank God you're okay. Right away I noticed... something very different here. There's a big difference between stringing up a corpse and actual murder. This wouldn't be actual murder, it would be negligent endangering. Which I will still agree, still a bit worse than stringing up a corpse. Because, you know, the corpse can't exactly get hurt anymore. Yeah, it's not like that would have been him killing Toko, that's still whoever does it, but he's still contributing in some regard by not caring about her safety. It was gone. Taka's body, which should have been right there, had disappeared.
This
can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? Like, am I losing my fucking mind? What happened? How? No, it's not a hallucination. Very valid crash out from Sakura in there. I know I saw it before. What I'm seeing now isn't what I saw before. Like, totally, it's just like, what the fuck is going on? Is this what a stroke is? What's happening? There is a point where shit stops making sense, and you gotta look at yourself. Am I the problem? Is this me? And that is, like... This is where you would be valid to suspect there might be a ghost. Because what the fuck's going on? No one went upstairs while we went down there. We don't know where the fuck everyone else is. Who is this goddamn robot? How is he getting around? Is he moving everything? What the fuck is going on? Is the robot a specter of some kind? Is Monokuma helping? What the fuck is this? But, I mean, yeah. What I'm seeing now isn't what I saw before. Also, you missed Taka. That's reasonable. Concussed Hina? What? You saying Taka disappeared too? He had much to give.
Stop talking.
Stop saying disappeared. It didn't just vanish into thin air. Obviously, whoever did this has hidden the body. I like how even Byakuya is like, I don't understand how this happened. Fuck, calm the fuck down. Why would they do that? I couldn't possibly begin to imagine. I mean, limit our access to investigation? Anyway, our costume suspect is clearly continuing his crime spree.
Huh?
We gotta hurry up and catch him before he kills all of us.
Not possible.
Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that.
Huh?
Think about it. Who could possibly be responsible for killing and hiding these dead bodies?
Well...
When Hifumi's death cry went up, everyone here was together on the 3rd floor.
It is so.
After that, we split up into 2 groups. And now this time, you all came here as a group from the nurse's office. In other words, the only ones who could have done this are Hiro and Kyoko, who are still missing. Look, I think Kyoko's tough, but I'm sorry, she ain't moving Hifumi's body. I don't think she benches that good. He's like more than 2.5 times her body weight. Hold on a second. Kyoko has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. There's no question she was in the dining hall with us. Seemed very adamant about defending her. Perhaps you're in love? That's not it at all. Give it time.
That's fine.
She'd probably figure out a method if she wanted to. Here's the thing. There's a method for moving Taka here. But you can very clearly see what it is. Like, you can even see it on screen right now if you're paying attention. Anyway, yes, I do accept Kyoko's alibi.
Let's see...
Which means the suspicious individual we're looking for cannot be none other than Hiro. Which further means there will be no more murders. The regulations are very clear about that. Oh, that's right. The rule says you can only kill a maximum of 2 people.
That's right.
As long as that rule is in place, there will not be a 3rd murder. If they were to break that rule...
Shing! I'd mince ya without a second thought. Mince ya, grind ya, turn ya into paste. By the way, did you know that fish paste can also refer to shellfish like shrimp or crabs?
Indeed. Not dignifying that.
Let's see...
Since 2 people have been they're too used to Monokuma's nonsense at this point. Like, we are not dignifying the nonsense about fish paste. There is no possibility of any more.
Perhaps.
You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Byakuya? Which means you knew Toko was never in danger. I suppose there's also that, but he liked fucking with us. I still meant it when I said we'd be better off without her, though.
In other words...
Anyway, with that in mind, we can now relax and search for the 2 missing bodies. 2 missing bodies. 2 people have been killed and their bodies have been hidden. The only one without an alibi, the only one who could have done it, is Hiro. But is he really the killer? To be fair, to be 100% fair, Hiro is stupid enough to try this and not try to give himself an alibi. If anyone would be stupid enough to make a murder this obvious, it would be him. But it's so obvious that narratively it has to be a frame job. That is what makes Hiro a good patsy. Like, he's stupid enough that people would believe he just didn't think everything through. What about Kyoko? She's not involved in this case. Where did she go?
What?
Hey, Makoto. What's the matter? Oh, no, it's nothing. Whatever. I need to find those bodies, or our little narrative here can't move forward.
So then...
Very well, let us split up and begin searching.
But...
There is no need to be afraid. No more murders will take place during this case.
'Cause, I mean...
I know that. I mean, I think I do, but...
Hina.
If you're still nervous, I'll come with you.
Huh?
Okay, thank you.
No need to thank me. Then let's get moving. Yell out if you find anything. Byakuya left the equipment room, followed by the others. I have to try and find the 2 missing bodies. They don't let you check out what you've probably already noticed there.
Damn.
We need to search for the bodies that have disappeared. What happens after that? How you holding up, Hina?
Huh?
Where could 2 dead bodies have disappeared to? This seems like a good place to hide it. Huh? Door must be locked. Well, so much for that plan. Locked door. Celeste, you're really attacked with this Justice Hammer 1? What the heck is with this thing? The question you should be asking yourself, why the fuck are the hammers numbered? Better look around this floor first. I mean, I guess. I think this is one of those you just have to go to X rooms. Makoto,
Come on.
why are you just standing there? We need to get to the repository. Huh? You mean?
Indeed.
I found them. Hifumi and Taka's bodies have both been hidden in the repository.
Goodbye.
I've already told Hina and Sakura. We'll go on ahead. Bodies were in the repository? There's a reason that has to be, like, go in and out of X rooms. You might figure it out later. Oh, hi. I don't know if you're seeing... Okay. I don't have winking set up, so you're not seeing that so much, but one of my eyes is really fucking with me today. Body's here somewhere? Up ahead is the repository. Doorknob turned. Yes, it's unlocked. No choice but to go inside. So I opened the door. And when I entered, I saw... two bodies that had disappeared were right there. Smell of blood made me gag. What I saw before my eyes was unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. Then, I heard the announcement for a second time.
A body has been discovered! After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
And so here we are.
It's the Monokuma file!
Was going to hand them out when you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something might happen.
What?
It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right.
Stop talking.
Just hand it over already.
Punishment is waiting for you.
Now, make sure to investigate with all of your mental might and prepare for the class trial.
See ya later!
Well then, now that we've found the bodies, all that's left is to uncover the culprit.
What the heck?
Hold on. How can you be so calm? I mean, they're dead, you know?
That's terrible.
Dead, gone forever. They're never coming back. Awful. This is all just too awful.
You know what? This is the, This is now, like, 4 corpses she's no. 6 corpses she's personally seen. In, like, 2 weeks' time. I can understand her reaching a breaking point here. Hina suddenly burst into tears. She clutched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this? Why? Why?
Large, wet tears fell from her eyes. Tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. this were some world of make-believe, might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. This wasn't a movie. Knows what you know, Naegi! This wasn't... I have mixed feelings about this, I'll admit.
He's alive again?
How the fuck?
Where am I? Cold. So cold. Is winter coming?
This translation would have been... The game was 2010, but it was a few years... It was a little bit until this port came out, I think. The PC version, I mean. The PC version? No, this version came out after Danganronpa 2, so this was... Minimum, this had to be 2012, but possibly 2013, so... Yes, that might be a Game of Thrones joke, I think.
Hifumi! Wake up!
Huh? That's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Come on, you gotta wake up!
I remember everything. Before I met you all. I met you all.
His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light. It's reaching out to me. Like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember. Their name. Yasuhiro.
Mixed feelings about that, you'll see why. His eyes closed. They never opened again. Death for the second time. Absolute, undeniable death. I'd also like to point out, I'm genuinely surprised that Monokuma fucked that up. You know? I think this is literally the only time in the entire series Monokuma fucks up a corpse. As in, he mistakes that is a dead body when it's not. Even if they're going to die soon, that's just not how he usually rolls. There was no second miracle. Reality set in again. This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins, no calcium in your bones. At least you have your meat.
Stop talking.
Fuck does that even mean, Celeste? Going out of his way to return just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring. He said, Yasuhiro, right?
Then perhaps...
Yasuhiro Hagakure. That is the only person he could have been referring to.
So in other words...
And with that, the case is solved. Assaulting people and even killing Taka and Hifumi. Then going so far as to hide their bodies. Criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers. Like the ones back there that a bunch are missing? Is that what Hiro is?
What is this?
It's true. I can't forgive him. No way can I ever forgive him. I killed 2 of our friends.
That's fine.
Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit in our little life or death game here. Although, this time it's not all that life or death. The trial will conclude without much trouble. I wonder about that.
Indeed.
Yes, it does look that way.
It's going to begin again. We have to go through this one more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through with this to make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. Investigate. First, I better check the Monokuma file. Victims were Hifumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. Cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it?
Very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. We got way less information this time than before.
That is no problem. After all, the events of this case unfolded before our very eyes. We should know more about what happened than the Monokuma file could anyway.
Maybe.
Well,
There's something else that's bothering me. Tucker, have you been watching Columbo as per Naeki's recommendations? Someone else has been missing for quite a while. Talking about Kyoko?
perhaps.
Without a doubt, she has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. What if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice? An accomplice?
An accomplice? What are you doing here?
Monokuma appears!
Don't be rude! I'm here to answer your question.
What question?
Yep.
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I? During the first class trial.
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer.
They're having to do the scenes because they don't want to... They can't re-put footage from actual class trial
Each
stuff.
murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
I do love that rule because it's so by itself looks like it's like you look at that and you think, okay, then there will never be an accomplice. But then you think a little closer and it more means, oh, this means the accomplice has to be willing to die. That's what it actually means.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
Theory.
In other words,
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
so then.
Are you saying nobody worked together this time either?
Hey,
Sorry, can't answer that. It would obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just want to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder,
phew.
only one blackened can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing.
So in other words,
Then we only need to figure out who the one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal?
Well,
Okay. Let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is
extreme!
the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action.
True blackened, so just one person?
Well now,
That's enough for explainifying. Now it's down to the final battle between all of you and the blackened. Good luck to all the contestants.
There can only be one blackened. Accomplice wouldn't benefit. Can't see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case after all. You may be right. If that's true, then Kyoko, where are you?
however,
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation.
Indeed.
I have absolutely no doubt that Hiro is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information.
So,
You know, don't you think we should consider a certain someone a suspect just in case? Talking about the murderous fiend Genocide Jack.
what?
I'm offended!
When did you...
I've been looking all over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found.
You SOB!
Anyway, you there, milksack swimmer girl.
Huh?
Milksack?
You gotta be kidding!
Why do I gotta be a suspect?
What the heck?
I mean,
You are a serial killer. We have to ask the question every time, Jack.
What?
know what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time. I have an alibi, you know.
She's right about that. We heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. And when the bodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone when everyone knows what I look like. They don't call me the murderous fiend for nothing.
What are you saying?
Not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
So then...
Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina?
Sure, I'd be totally useless on the investigation anyway.
It's all clear now.
And that's that. Let's begin. This whole thing is so strange. All but one of us has an alibi, so figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But it's just me. I don't think it's gonna be as straightforward as it seems. Monokuma file number 3. This one really feels like a Columbo case. Like, it's such a... It's so manipulative. There are hammers of all different sizes hanging on the wall, though some are more like mallets. Mallets? Justice hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, all the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They're all covered in debris and chalky stone powder. Wait. For some reason, this one hammer isn't dirty at all, and it's wet. Someone wash it recently? Spotless hammer. There are many aspects to the incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that, it may be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then...
Would you like my help? You know what? Sure. Let's look back on things. This is mainly for player, just like, this one, there's a lot going on. This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you, and myself. We waited for the others, but nobody showed up. So we decided to go look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. Soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room, on the 3rd floor. Then quickly came and got you and me. You and I? According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour. Actually, no, that would be you and me. Me is if it's done to you, like the subject. I is if you're the, no. I is the subject, you know, the one performing the action. But me would be the other. The one the action is being performed to or for. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her. Meaning just after 7 o'clock. Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume. It was Robo-Justice. It also became clear that this Robo-Justice had dragged Hifumi away. Sure, the R and J on the shoulders are, you know, a coincidence. After meeting up with Toko and Byakuya, we began searching for the costumed assailant. We found an injured Hifumi in the library, on the 2nd floor. We took him down to the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search. But not long after leaving the nurse's office... What's wrong?
I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
Based on Celeste's claims, we went back up to the 2nd floor, where we split up and began searching. And right after that... Celeste screamed. This time, she had apparently seen the suspect on the 3rd floor. Hearing her screams, we quickly made our way to the 3rd floor.
Celeste, what's wrong?
That was a rather intense scream for someone like you.
I saw him. Strange costumed man. Ran off as soon as I screamed. Was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
And then...
Yeah. What was that? Came from downstairs. It must have been...
Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. It's bad, come on, we have to go back. At that point, we decided to split up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, you, Byakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect up to the 3rd floor. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi's corpse. It's also when we heard the body discovery announcement play. Left Celeste and Hina alone and headed back to the 3rd floor to tell the others what had happened.
However...
But at that same time, we had discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. Which means Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered right around the same time. Because I remember hearing the body discovery announcement play right after finding Taka. That's when I showed up, told you and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? Yumi and Byakuya all headed back to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who had fainted. As soon as we left the physics lab, ran into Celeste, just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Hifumi's body has disappeared. Hurried back to the nurse's office, discovered that his corpse was in fact gone. And we remembered we had abandoned the unconscious Toko, rushed back to the equipment room. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? The valid crash out. This time, Taka's body had disappeared. Oh, sorry. Dakota. From there, began our search for both the missing bodies. After some time, Celeste told us she'd found the bodies and we all headed to the repository. There we rediscovered the 2 bodies that had apparently vanished. That brings us up to now.
However...
Looking back, things have certainly been very active. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know. I'm fine anytime. No, thank you, Sakura. Best to compartmentalize all this. I know these cases by heart, but, you know, good to check.
So,
Makoto, I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together. Sakura and I.
but...
We came right to the repository to, you know, look around. When we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. It was locked? And actually, we, the audience, discovered that too. We came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us here. If that's true, then who locked it? Why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. It was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. Might be some secret lurking in there. Probably have to leave this area to figure it out. Taka. He'll never move again. According to the Monokuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. Found Justice Hammer 4 near his body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? There's a tarp laid out under his body. The killer used this to move Taka's body. That way, there wouldn't be any blood left behind while the body was moved. Blue tarp, added the truth bullets. Hifumi's big cold body is laying on the floor. I don't think he'd be cold just yet. He's only been dead a few minutes. His really big body. I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? In the nurse's office where he was discovered to hear the repository, all the way from the 1st floor to the 3rd, and all without anyone noticing it. How the hell? It's no good, I just don't get it. Think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating Hifumi himself. If I remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head. Probably from Justice Hammer 3, which was laying on the floor in the nurse's office. Huh? Wait. Something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling? Something's different. Think about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. Can you see it? That's it, his glasses! His body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But now, they're completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? Who could do that, and why? Hifumi's glasses, added to truth bullets. It's a dolly. Doesn't have a handle. Saw this in the art room before. I guess it's used to move statues around. Kinda awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. Huh? Wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? Look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it. There's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? that the dolly was used to move Taka's Naegi, are you genuinely stupid this time? Look, I know it's that the player is supposed to draw their own conclusions from it, but that's putting 0 and 0 together, buddy. That's not even a 2 and 2. That's multiplying 1 by 1. Byakuya, think Hiro really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. The attacks and murders and disappearances all happened. Every one of us had an alibi. Last thing Hifumi said when he died. Yeah, he said Hiro's name. No one was holding his hand, so his IQ is plummeted. Yeah, they do a much better job of it in 2, where instead of like, I don't get it, Hajime will be like, wait, wouldn't that mean... But he won't say it out loud. Like, even in his own mind. He'll just kind of trail off like, hang on, that would kind of mean... It is purely a writing issue. Like, I get mechanically, they have to not give you the obvious answer. But...
So, in other words...
There is no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, would he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's a fucking idiot. And he is kinda dumb. I think think that's enough to explain it? I think there's a clue hiding in there somewhere.
What?
Is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there are a few other things. Like, why'd the killer try to hide the bodies? Probably figured if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. That's the case. Found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. That really is like the hinge point of how this frame-up can work. If they didn't try to frame an actual idiot, no one would believe someone could be this stupid. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is... why'd they bother killing 2 people?
What?
That got you off guard. So all the rule says is, if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your #1 priority is not getting caught. I feel like the 2 allowment rule, mechanically, what that really ends up doing is, if someone sees you do it, you can still get rid of them. To help remove that potential aspect. That's probably the actual reason Monokuma let 2 be. Like, allowed for a 2. But if 2 people see you do it, you kinda just fucked. If you're the killer, your #1 priority is not getting caught. Killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
I see.
Hold on, perhaps... I see. So that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Ah... Byakuya, you accidentally respected Naegi for a second and you're falling back on your worldview, aren't you? What's with the attitude? But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. Mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. Talked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, would have killed him to tell me what it was? That is... okay, so I think the thing the plot tries to go with for how Naegi is able to kind of pick these things out is, to some degree, he's able to approach a lot of problems without bias. Now, not with no bias whatsoever, but he's able to... he's from a very neutral worldview. Whereas Togami, despite being a lot smarter than Naegi, in most ways, I'd argue, he has a very biased worldview which does paint his ability to pick out inconsistencies sometimes. Anyway, there's only one way in and out of this room. The door that Hina said was... through that door that Hina said was locked before. Definitely a lock on the door, but can only be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from the art room. Door can only be locked from inside the repository, which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. The door is designed so it can only be locked from inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. Hina claims there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. For that certain someone, it'd have to be someone who had headed there before everyone started looking. Gotta be a clue around here somewhere. Should check somewhere else. Some places I already know about. Nurse's office, where Hifumi was found. The equipment room, where Taka was found. I mean, you could do that order, but the equipment room is on this floor, Naegi. Do the nurse's room fucking last, you dumbass. You want to go up 3 flights of stairs in an hour? I mean, you've already been rushing up and down all day. You're gonna really wear yourself out doing it like this, my guy. Dropped a lot of frames. What's up, Jack? It really does just switch between Jill and Jack depending on the time, huh?
I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away.
What?
I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event.
Huh? This tarp. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Just recently, too. Some kind of tire mark going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. Reminds me, about the dolly in the repository. There's blood on its tire. Blood have come from this giant pool of blood with tire marks on it? Yeah, maybe. Here? Could mean that Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. Yeah, you don't have the, you do not have the stairs problem that Hifumi's body has. The dolly was used to move Taka's body. What about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with the dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. I actually do think Hifumi's body movement is a pretty good mystery you have to think about to figure out, but a lot of this other shit is too obvious. Justice Hammer 4, the weapon that was used to kill Taka. Body was moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. That is odd. Back to the 1st floor. Open the door. Hey, Celeste. What are you investigating, Celeste?
I am not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I am simply going around seeing if Hiro might be hiding somewhere. What about you?
Oh, you know, just checking this and that. Main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh?
It disappeared. You're supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hino was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom.
When you got back, the body was gone?
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though.
Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then, Kyoru is able to get in, move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time?
Indeed.
It would seem so.
Carry off someone as big as Hifumi is in only a couple minutes is... I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. I mean, if you told me Sakura did it, I'd believe you, but her alibi for that time period is, like, tighter than iron. She was with Togami and Toko at that point. Celeste's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Like, we have an exact time frame for when that happened, down to the minute. Justice Hammer 3, the one that was used to kill Hifumi. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. Also, Naegi wouldn't be able to notice this, but look at the blood splatter. The way it's pulled up, you might know something about how blood splatters that, says something's a little off about that. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. Everything I've been through, I'm totally parched. Maybe just a quick peek. Bunch of blood packets in here. For blood transfusions, I guess. Doesn't help me, though. I'm not a vampire. Just a normal trash can. Huh? Wait, there's something inside. Too small to be a handkerchief, it's a glasses cleaning cloth. It's got some kind of cartoon character on it. Ah, but it's also covered in blood.
Oh.
Ah, did you find something? Yeah, there was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
Huh?
A cleaning cloth? It's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe up some blood. We need to do something like that. I haven't the slightest idea. Me either. I think it might be important. So Hifumi had blood on his glasses, and then a glasses cloth featuring his favorite anime character is found in the trash can covered in blood. I can't put 0 and 1 together. Just like you, Egg. Big mystery who owned the glasses cloth with big anime character on it, huh? Yeah, especially the specific anime character that was on the fucking camera that Hifumi outright said he owned. Nice one, Makoto. Dude, that was fucking yesterday. So this is where you were. I've been looking for you. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. You should go to Hiro's room. Oh, and let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. It's a note Hiro wrote to get us all to meet up, right? You remember well. Penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
This makes it clear, right? This is a trap. So, yeah. This is a very obvious frame job. But I almost wish they didn't have Togumi tell you that. Like, that's too blatant. Things grow ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
This is growth on Togumi's part. He is willing to accept that that was something that he did not pick out on his own, so he had to pay Makoto back in some regard. Now see Hiro's message, added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. So I had to go to Hiro's room, but what's waiting for me there? Again, aren't you glad you went to the first floor last, Nagi? Now, you don't run into the issue of, again, having to go back down. Also, the friggin' trial room is on this floor, so... like, Makoto's suggested order, he'd be running up and down 1 billion times. Door is unlocked? I guess I can go inside. No way Yasuhiro has such fine penmanship. I actually believe it solely because of one specific thing. And that is, if he wanted to write his own warding talismans, he would need to be very, very, very careful. And I believe that's something he would try to practice because of what a coward he is about that kind of thing. Also, I'm pretty sure his mom told him goblins would eat his spleen if he didn't try. Seems like something she'd do. Byakuya did say to go look. Might not be a great idea, but I'm gonna take the plunge. This is Hiro's room. All kinds of weird stuff in here. Where'd he even get it all from? It is interesting how in the original, like, PS Vita version of the game... Hang on, train of thought interrupted. What the fuck's going on with the camera over there? Like, it's not doing it every time. No, you saw it. What is that shit? Ugh. It's not doing it every time, but something's happening with the, like, spawn-in sprite. For the, lights on version of it. Because they're doing the lights blinking, and I think that's fucked up the sprite. I don't think any of the other cameras do that. I think they forgot to turn that off for this camera, and that was a thing that was happening... Okay, I'm betting you they ran into this problem on all the cameras, because none of the cameras do that. With the lights blinking. But they forgot to turn it off for this one. I am betting that's what happened. Maybe she's telling the truth, can't take the risk? Yeah, I mean, he'd believe that kind of thing. More importantly, he still hasn't turned up. What was I saying before? Oh, right. So I find it interesting how in the original Vita version of this game, you actually got to see very, very few of the characters' rooms. Or did you? No, I'm thinking no, you did get to see everyone's rooms. Because for their final free time event, they always take you to their room. I was thinking that was in the school mode ending. My bad. Means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? It's also relevant to the case. Surveillance camera. No point worrying about it right now. I think there's a little point in worrying about it right now, Naegi. Need to just forget about it. I think there's something in the cardboard box. It's blueprints for something, and something's made out of, looks like cardboard, plastic, and plaster? Is this Robo Justice? And it's in Hero's room. Wait. These blueprints. Something about them bothers me. Robo Justice blueprints been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Yeah, that handwriting's a bit off. Look, I'm just seeing if he left any stray mono coins around. Normal bed, pretty much like the one in my room. Soundlessly check the bathroom. Nothing in here. Pretty grungy, though. How's the bathroom even get this dirty? What's he doing in there? Makoto! Big news, big news! What's wrong? We found Kyoko! What? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news.
Just a second.
Robo Justice showed up, too. Robo Justice? It's Hero wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. I think Hiro and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. Anyway, I have to head to the pool. Ran off to the second floor as fast as I could. You know, I didn't mention this before. Having a pool this size on the second floor of a building is a logistical fucking nightmare. Like, anything goes wrong here, the entire first floor is flooded. Yoko, and...
I mean...
Oh man, I have had the worst day. Hiro?
Right.
I found Hiro. He was jammed into the pool room locker. It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
Don't be mean!
I still can't believe you kicked me! You could have been a little more gentle about it, like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Just remember, Hiro's a grown-ass adult and everyone else is a teenager. Sorry, I still had that screen grab of Asahina I forgot to get rid of. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? Just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace. Has an idiot like Hiro lived this long? Hello, my name is Celestia Ludenberg. I imagine this is a chapter you're a big fan of. I'm going to win the game, get everyone on the first floor, and then somehow breach the floors to flood the whole first floor and kill them all! I don't know if it'd be enough to kill everyone. This is still a huge-ass building, but... fair point. He's lived this long, I think primarily thanks to his mother. Learn more about her later.
Well,
There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind! The rule you can only kill 2 people. Oh yeah, no, Quilla, Monokuma would just chop you up if you did that, and it actually worked.
it's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly, she says that, but do you have any idea? She know people think she might be spying for the mastermind?
and?
Foiled again. First of all, Hiro, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean...
I have no idea. One second I was asleep, don't even know how that happened, then I woke up and then I was here. I don't care. Do something about that costume, it pains me just to look at you.
Huh?
Well,
Let me out of here!
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. Little help.
Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself?
You got it all wrong!
I didn't make this stupid friggin' thing.
It would seem...
There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. Looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice, let's help him. So reluctant. Took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hiro out of the suit. Took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Free at last!
Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hiro?
So then...
More to the point, nobody but Hiro would be able to wear that costume.
Wait, what? Hold on a sec.
Honestly.
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
How do you know that?
Is that okay?
In other words, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume.
What about Sakura? They're similar size? No, they are not. Sakura is wider than that costume. They're similar height, but they are very different width. That's true, I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be...
It's obvious. One who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone
That's terrible!
was Hiro. Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the worst.
Good idea. We wouldn't want him killing anyone else.
What? Tie me up? Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment. Yeah, I mean... Attacking? Blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this.
You're right, he definitely can't. Unless someone planted the blueprints in his room to frame him. I mean, yeah, this is the single most obvious frame-up job in the world. And if they were doing it to anyone other than Hiro, I'm sure Hina would have noticed. But Hiro's stupid enough to actually do all this, so...
It's been decided. You killed them.
Please!
What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. This must be a fake Hiro running around.
What are you saying?
God, he's an idiot.
You're the only one who can wear this costume. Who else could possibly be the costumed attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? You should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine, if you're gonna be a jerk about it, I will.
Without missing a beat, Hina started putting on the Robo-Justice costume.
Huh. See? Look. See how loose it is? I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
Can't bend at the waist, you say? Wonder how you'd move a dolly like that.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hiro could have fit into this dumb costume.
I'll grant you that for sure. In a huff, Hina took the suit back off again. His hair is too big to wear that helmet. It is hair, though. And besides, other things.
Well, now you're all out of excuses.
No, see, it's because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Makoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will. It's like, Makoto, this is the only way to shut him up and I'm not debasing myself. Okay. You can only compress hair so much, and that is a lot of hair. I will grant you. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried putting them on. It's no good, the arms are too long. There's no way I can wear this. The theory. Even me knew about Robo-Justice from his manga. Before King the Bucket, he drugged Hiro, stuffed him in the costume, planned to frame him after he killed Taka. I mean, let's avoid theory crafting too much. You might hit the nail square on the head. Now, I know this game front to back, but let's be careful. If you do know where this is going, try to keep it to yourself in case someone comes in who doesn't, you know? I know, Quilla knows, I'm willing to bet you might know.
Just a second.
I told you it was impossible. You are absolutely right. Seems this costume was made to fit Hiro's body exactly.
But...
Then there's another costume. Must have one that looks the same but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
what the heck?
Evidence? I mean, well, he called it Robo-Justice. He was the one who came up with the name, but R and J are on its shoulders also. But hey, maybe he just intuited that that's what it's called.
You claim there is another suit, yes? You must find it and show it to us.
What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hiro's the only one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible.
Which is how we know it was him.
What?
Wait, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Someone, like, tell me? Robo-Justice costume's been added to the truth bullets. Claim he killed them. You must provide evidence of it. To be fair, the evidence she's providing is very self-explanatory. At least, image-wise. Some wildly circumstantial shit, these damn children. Yeah,
What the heck?
these damn children and Yasuhiro. Because he's 20. You don't tell me what's going on. How am I supposed to understand? I think I figured it out that someone's been killed, right? Hey, Makoto, who was it? Well, 2 people were killed. Who's excited about Danganronpa 2x2 next year?
I am. That's actually part of what prompted me to start playing these for stream.
I was like, oh, 2x2's coming out.
That's actually very exciting, and I love this series. I played all of them.
I played all of the games.
I am excited to play 2x2.
So long as that rumor, because I haven't seen whatever it came from. But supposedly it's supposed to have different motives and murders. Supposedly. I don't know how true that is, but I really hope it's true.
And that'd be very exciting.
And I have 2 theories for why, if it turns out to be true. Theory 1, 2x2 is a 4 joke, because they're fucking with us with the title again. Theory number 2, it's just a different timeline. Favorite character in the series is Maki from V3. She's pretty good. I don't know who I'd say my favorite absolute character in the series is. Dos by Dos. My absolute favorite in the entire series. I mean, genuinely, that was not going to be my first guess for your favorite character. My name is Celestia Ludenberg. I can't explain exactly why I thought it might be someone else, but it was a bit of a hunch. Funny if Sonia kills Soda? There's a lot of things that could be really funny. There's one hope I've seen that I actually kind of go with for something. But I don't want to talk too much about 2, because we haven't shown it here yet. And I know at least one person who watches this has only played the first game. So I want to go easy on anything about the second game. 2 people were killed, Taka and Hifumi.
What?
2 people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it.
Please!
I did not.
Huh?
Wait, hold on. Those 2 are the ones that were killed.
How about that?
That's it, I know who did it.
So then,
You may as well tell us then. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over alter ego, right? Least favorite character also comes from V3, it's Kokichi. Oh. You are in the minority there. He is a character I want to discuss in great detail because there's a lot to him. Just like, there's a few characters I want to discuss in great detail because there's a lot of layers to them. The one on screen right this second ain't one of them. He's what he seems to be. He's an idiot.
I'm at least 30% right.
Which means Alter Ego and or Chihiro must have done it.
correct.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Please!
Unfortunate?
What the
Stop trying to trick us. Just admit you did it, okay?
I'm telling you, you got it all wrong. He does bring up a fair point, though. Both victims were people who were vying for alter ego. That's, something to look at. Now, he jumped to the wildest, most baseless conclusion possible for that, since alter ego doesn't have hands, and, Chihiro's fucking dead. But, you know, Byakuya seems like your typical I'm rich, therefore I'm the best type of character. I'm rich, therefore I'm the best type of character? He seems that way. There's at least a little more to him. He's layered slightly more than that. He's an asshole, and underneath his veneer of being an asshole, he's still an asshole, but there's some reasoning for it. He's not a jerk with a heart of gold, he's a jerk who can be convinced to be a little more golden.
Oh, so then.
I know, that note! Note? Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. Here's what it said. Found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet at the rec room at 1 a.m. Last thing I remember is going to the rec room. For some reason I fell asleep.
Hey.
Real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance. There's a chance, but unfortunately this isn't evidence we can take too seriously yet.
So...
No, hold on. He could be onto something. Nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that.
Huh?
Really? Told you, someone's trying to set me up. Not spoilers. Chapter 1 plot twist in V3 is God. Whether you meant God or good, I can agree. Secret passage, a chance to escape. Someone wrote all that to trick me.
You know that's true. You must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you.
After being trapped here so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? They preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me.
I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
You should buy it.
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note.
With pleasure. I have it right here in my, pocket.
No way.
Looks like I lost it.
Yeah, sure.
Please.
You gotta believe me. I wouldn't hurt a fly.
As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason.
What the heck, for serious? Yasuhiro's account. To be fair to them, Hiro literally bankrupted himself on a glass ball. Yeah, he's... I think, like, I encapsulated his character. He's so stupid, you can't even feel bad for him. Now then, shall we resume our investigation? No time to waste before the class trial begins.
Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why? Why did you kill them? Tell us, Hiro.
Oh, it's like I said.
Just the worst.
Is it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broken, that's why.
Wait, that's a false accusation. Someone help me. The funny thing is, that actually is a good motive for Hiro. Money. Like you were just mentioning my name. He's broke as shit. He's apparently indebted to the Yakuza, which a lot of fan content likes to say is a specific family, which I think is fun.
What are you saying?
Just be careful we haven't bound and gagged you. Thankful, I mean.
You have time to yell and carry on. You have time to search for your evidence, right? What? You're right. I need to look for the second suit in that note. Pete, don't fail me now.
Guess I'd better get back to guard duty. I was gonna ask Toko, or Genocide Jack, to switch with me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands.
Sorry. Had to hold back on that. One by one, everyone peeled away.
Makoto.
Couldn't be a problem here, but there's things elsewhere that becomes a genuine question. Do you have a second? I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
Looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping. Can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, Will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. Reject me so simply.
Anyway,
I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
shall we go?
Now then, shall we?
Hey,
So Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me.
correct.
You know what was so stupid last chapter, calling Toko's condition schizophrenia? Okay, I know why that happened. I agree. They didn't call it schizophrenia. For the Hangman's Gambit minigame, they had to, because they can't change the number of characters for the translation. The number of characters for the condition she has in Japanese is 5. The only thing they could do was translate it to schizo. Which, that's it. That's the only 5-letter word that can almost kind of mean that, but also it doesn't. But in the actual dialogue, they never once say that word. So it was like, it was a very unfortunate translation issue that did catch me off guard when I saw it, because I'd forgotten that was a thing. Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey,
Wouldn't you agree? Am I supposed to answer?
anyway,
We have to hurry, before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Okay then, show me where the bodies are. They're in the repository. Guess we should head that way for now. They could have used the acronym DID. That's still not 5 characters. They can't shrink it or lengthen it. You need to understand, for a translation, they literally had to keep it. 5 is the only number they could use. And DID is 3. Ifumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid. But only for a moment.
so then,
Let's get started. Crouched down next to Taka, without hesitation began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
Monokuma was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Movements were so smooth. She was so calm. Kitsu is 6 letters, not 5? Well, it was 6 then. My apologies, I miscounted. It had to be 6 then. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable.
I see.
Makoto, I found something. You did?
Hey,
Remember the wristwatch Taka always wore in his left hand? You did?
whew.
Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? He wore long sleeves! No, that's not it. Anyway, you said he had a watch?
So then,
Take a look. It's broken. You see the hands aren't moving, right? Most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. If you notice, his hands are frozen at just past 6 o'clock. That would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6. This feels a little weak because, again, we, the audience, didn't know Taka had a watch. Like, I don't think you can even see it on his sprites. If they had made a bigger deal of him checking his watch a lot, then this would have been a better clue. But here, it's info they have no choice but to spoon-feed us. And it just feels like convenience.
that's right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. Hey you, how long are you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. I guess that's the only time they bring it up. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls. I think this is why Makoto is such a frustrating MC. It's a limitation of the actual... It is a limitation of some of the conceits of the game. Because you'll notice in the anime this isn't as big a problem. And also, like I said, in Danganronpa 2, they're able to assuage this because they figured out what they were doing was wrong. In this one, they constantly have to have Makoto be an oblivious idiot so that the player can come up with stuff on their own. In 2, they can just have Hajime just kind of trail off without finishing a thought. You can go, some odd about that. Or, like, if it's really obvious, he'll say, oh. And it must have been... They don't say it, so the player still has to put it together, because this is a mystery game. It worked at 10 last night. It couldn't have been broken at 6 p.m. And it must have happened at 6 this morning. Broken wristwatch.
However...
And that's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. It appears to be gripping something. They do the most efficient job in V3. Generally, yeah. But it helps that in V3, a lot of the evidence isn't nearly as obvious, because they're also a lot better at writing the mysteries themselves. Like, here in this game, a lot of the mysteries are actually really obvious. Or in the case of Chapter 2, I think they did a poor job on the mystery solely because you have to do this really lame trick to actually catch Mondo. Like, catching him with the jersey color, that didn't feel satisfying, you know? Like, it's a little satisfying to catch him on it, but it doesn't feel like you logicked your way through a mystery. And I'm glad they don't overuse that trick. I mean, in V3, you kind of use that trick, but it's always obvious, and it's optional. And also, you feel like an idiot if you try to take that back route. Right, there's something white in there.
Makoto.
Can you try and pry it out? Me?
Because...
Rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better suited to this kind of manual labor, right? Okay. Much as I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice-cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper?
Hey.
Was that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. A little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
Is that right? I
wonder about that. You know who Byakuya kinda acts like? Certain male shorty from Danganronpa 2. I wouldn't say they act all that similarly. They act similarly in only one regard, but they're so different in every other way. Kyoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then...
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he's left us a few clues of his own. Kyotaka's scrap of paper has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. Hammers of all different sizes. One of them is clean for some reason. How you doing, Hina?
So,
Doesn't Kyoko get creeped out poking at dead bodies and stuff? You'd think.
So then...
Nah, we already went over that, Sakura. Biggest problem I have right now, how the killer was able to move Hifumi's massive corpse. Yeah, looked at that already. Anything else, Kyoko?
Indeed.
More than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper?
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden?
Indeed.
He'd stuffed it in his pants, so I can only assume he'd hidden it on purpose, you see. In his pants? Wait, so you... I mean, she found out Chihiro was a boy last time. She's clearly comfortable doing that to a corpse. Or at least not grossed out by it like everyone else is. I wouldn't say comfortable is quite the right word.
Why is that?
It was just his pants, not like his socks or something. I mean, it wasn't in his underwear. I don't know what that means. It's weird, just once in a while, she'll say something completely off the wall that you cannot piece together. It's rare enough that it always catches me off guard.
Hey.
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto. Open it up. Think of how it was stuffed down his pants. It's like, it better be important, Hifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. A note? Found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
So...
That sounds very familiar. That's it, the same thing Hiro said. He was telling us the truth.
However...
Although, it's not exactly the same, is it? Yeah, he said 1 a.m. Weird note. Time is different. Whoever told us that his note said to meet at 1 a.m. Who else has comments that alternate between weird and useful? Mikan. Yeah, she's another character I want to talk about a lot. Though to be fair, I think plenty... Unlike some of the characters, I I enjoy talking about in great detail. He's one I think the community actually does examine closely. Note they wrote to Hifumi asked him to meet at 6 a.m.
Is that right?
Hold on. Just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him. Huh?
So...
Part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there. Some meaning to part of it being ripped? Maybe explain it a little more? Think carefully.
Hey.
Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly? I have no idea. Really, Makoto?
So then...
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? How would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer. And just say that the scrap lines up with the note. Because it does. The note Hifumi had.
Hey.
While we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So the handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killings in the first place. I think I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
Is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said was that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. May come a point, however, where a handbook may play a role. That's so vague, and I feel like Kyoko figured that out way too fast. She, like, wasn't here for the reason that's going to happen, and I don't think anyone's explained it to her yet. I don't think I understand. Kyoko thinks it's important, I better keep it in mind. E-handbook. That was a very forced way to do that. Like, that one's not too good. Like I said, this game definitely has the weakest mysteries.
Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin!
You have pizza? Well, you're just in time with your pizza, Bathwater. Time for the class trial to begin.
Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado...
You know, hearing them back to back like this, Monokuma and Cicero talk a lot alike. You know? I almost wondered, like, I did kind of have that thought yesterday in Skyrim when we were talking to Cicero. I was like, this almost feels like talking to Monokuma.
Everyone, please meet at the usual spot!
Like, just in the sort of swinging mood between sentences.
Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school.
But also in the, occasionally says batshit insane stuff that has no, it is only vaguely related to what they were talking about.
See
Is the
you
voice Akuma?
soon!
Who is Monokuma's English voice? It's Brian Beacock. But it's Greg Ayres in the anime. Cicero is Andy Morris. They're not the same person. I didn't think they were, because Andy Morris apparently does not have a presence. Like, this is seemingly the only role he's been involved in. Is Cicero from Skyrim.
It would seem...
They're not the same, but there's a similar cadence to the performances. It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself. Come to the proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, we'd better get going. Okay. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation. They were gathered by the red door. As soon as we were all there...
Monokuma appears!
Hello! Hello.
He's multiplied!
Wrong!
Nope, not multiplication. It just looks that way because it's because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. Yeah. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma?
Whew.
Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy, tough crowd.
You're not playing along. Along.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Hey! Hey!
Then if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the pain train elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we?
Please!
Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You'll never be mentally prepared. Can't run away anymore, hero. You're gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
I told you I didn't do it already. For serious.
That reminds me. Did you ever find the other costume? Or the note?
Well, no, but...
How unfortunate. Then it would seem we have our culprit.
Hey,
This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first. Then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. That's right. I have to do it. I can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive. For the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Hifumi and Taka. The one who killed two of our friends. The killer is... someone right here. Probably not you.
Yes, yes.
Come on, Big Mac. Let's do it.
I really do like her nicknames for Makoto. Big Mac is probably the best one. When me, you gotta believe me.
hey,
Story begins when we get down there. Only believe he killed someone if it was a dumbass accident. No, I think he could be convinced to be malicious. Here's the thing, I don't know that truly anyone here is completely incapable of murder when push comes to shove, you know? That's kind of the whole point of this thing. Except maybe Makoto. Probably Fujisaki, actually.
Would appear the culprit has been confirmed. This trial will be over in no time.
Were you listening? Wait till we get to the courtroom to begin your arguing.
Just the worst.
Let's hurry up and go, so we can make Hiro pay for his crimes. Chihiro is pure, Chihiro is pure.
Damn.
I don't like Monokuma's carefree attitude. I will say there's one other character I am fairly certain could never be a murderer, but I don't think they're in this game. But I know they're not in this game, but I don't think any of the other people in this game are completely incapable of murder. One last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk toward the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own. The steel box began to move. Getting pretty sparse in here. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Till we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator doors slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate.
When I see all of you gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only because of you.
Why? Are you making us do such cruel things to each other?
Wah-wah?
Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial.
Don't rush me. Of course I'm gonna start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed last trial after this commercial break.
Yoo-hoo!
I'd never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats.
So, the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. A deadly class trial. We get it, it's deadly. I actually have a few more skills than last time. Because I only had one skill that actually cost SP. Okay. Deadly Alliance. Mortal Combat. Focus gauge decreases more slowly during concentration fever time. Non-stop debate, Hangman's Gambit, and bullet time battle. That's good. Breathing. Focus gauge recovers more quickly. Effective during all that stuff. Alright, and I have enough to put on both of these. So my focus gauge is just way, way better now. Which, awesome. Let's prep.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial.
Water.
So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it.
Do we now?
Was that?
Hey, come again?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit. Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
I didn't! Someone knocked me out! I was asleep the whole time! I don't know anything about it!
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Jack, are you sure?
Who are you calling a murderer?
Yeah. God's sake,
I am
Jack.
sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit. Parts we assume were
Jesus.
used to build it.
One sec. Sorry, dog again.
And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know!
Is Hiro really the killer? Or anything else? We have to make that clear. Make your argument. Still only one for this one? Dang it. I guess they'll start ramping up more.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
Monokuma laughing
I don't know
over there.
anything about that stuff! It's not true! It's a conspiracy!
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
I mean, looking at the blueprints, that handwriting is awful messy. If I remember right, Hiro's handwriting is... yeah.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts. No, that's wrong.
You've got that wrong.
Are we sure Hiro really made those blueprints?
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hiro wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared.
Ixnay on the Ego Alter A. Everything to say when something's going wrong. You think it's
The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
Yeah.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Yeah, one of those is real sloppy, the other is way too fine.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
Yeah, look at the rest of this case.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hiro's the culprit?
And he's not the only one. I think Hiro's innocent as well.
What?
Like, huh?
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit? Is it like Hiro said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
Oh, of course not. There was no one running around in a suit whatsoever.
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
And of course he passes it off to me. Tell them, Naegi.
So? Who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
Suspicious individual in question, the one that must have been in the suit, No, Hiro was the only one who could be in the suit.
Other than Hiro, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hiro is the prime suspect.
Tell them, Naegi.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hiro didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hiro was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
Yeah. So obviously anyone who claims to have seen the Robo-Justice suit moving around is fucking lying.
What? Now that's a bold assumption.
And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Gotta make Makoto tell him.
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
You can tell this is one where Byakuya is actually kinda having fun. Because he actually likes how twisted this stuff is, so he wants to take something of a front role. But also, the player needs to do stuff, so he keeps passing it off to Naegi.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around!
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body.
That actually is very good, very relevant information for what we're doing here.
It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items. Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
The goddamn pop quiz with you. Things were used to move Taka's body. We know this.
I got it!
The dolly, and also the tarp. Probably gonna make me do both. Still one more thing, yeah. The dolly and the blue tarp.
I got
All
it!
things have a proper order. He'd be a great
They
noble of the
were
Imperium.
a dolly
yeah,
and
actually,
a tarp, right?
Genuinely, I think Kogami is the kind of person who would thrive if he was born in a noble family. Because here's the thing, he'd actually be really good at the part the nobles are supposed to be doing. He actually has a really good head for, like, all of that. He'd actually make for running a pretty good planet. Now, it does end up depending on how much he worships the God Emperor of Mankind, which I think is questionable with his personality. But he'd probably be smart enough to get away with it. And also smart enough to not fall for actual chaos deceptions, you know? Look at the attitude.
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right? It was the same tarp that up until then was stored in the equipment room.
Bichikuya for governor?
So the killer must have seen it there and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly.
Yep.
Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body, am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Pretty damn.
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body?
Suppose we don't have proof of that. At least not literal proof. You can infer things.
That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room.
Love this one. Just, oh.
Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
It is good to bring this up.
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway. We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
It is weirdly aggressive for her. Never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean. Maybe I can change your mind. Just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. New element added to bullet time battles. If you'd like to hear more, go for it. Let's talk about reloading. Starting with this next bullet time battle, gonna add one more ingredient to the recipe. Bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Until now, there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. From now on, just logging on and pressing the left mouse button won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you 1 bullet to destroy a single remark. Hey, Green Ghost. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements, no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the tab key. Just like locking on, you'll have to press the tab key in time with the tempo marker. Basically, just remember the tab key now has a function along with the left and right mouse buttons. Automatically reload at the start of fever time. Your ammo will not decrease. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, you won't have to reload at all. In which case, you ignore everything I just said. Good luck, have fun! The moment of truth. Sort of.
You had it wrong! I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You had it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere.
Final strike.
I cannot agree.
Then put this one in real early. Bloodstain on the dolly.
If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here. When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it.
Yeah, they put the bullet time battle real early in this trial.
There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room. And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository.
Yep.
So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Jeez, Plus really hate me that much? Something to discuss.
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Makoto.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo-Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
What?
I'm not sure that really matters.
Hina, I think you've gone off topic.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
I mean, yeah. We'll get how the body was moved, but clearer why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. What does he mean by that? Something you pointed out yourself. Robo-Justice costume.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room.
We're relatively certain of that.
The body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp,
Right.
then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Yes, they did load it onto the dolly.
Keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Which is correct.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
I mean...
Then you could push the dolly,
Oh,
no
for
problem.
God's sake. Did I just barely miss
So
it?
the killer just crouched down and carted the body off to the repository.
If you accept everything we just
Because
said,
I actually hit the white
then
part
you
there,
must
apparently.
realize that whoever was in the suit couldn't
Sorry.
I don't think I realize anything.
Doesn't have any handles, you have to bend over. Yeah, I realized that,
As we
it
know,
just fucking
Taka
missed.
was killed, and from there.
Yeah, then loaded it onto the dolly and...
Now, keep in mind that the dolly.
Well, yeah, all you'd have to do is bend over.
There it goes.
No,
That was like
wrong.
a freaking pixel off before. That's annoying. Break.
You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
Yeah. It doesn't bend at the waist.
Why does a bat in here? Can't see my feet at all. Surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
Not to mention, totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
In that short an amount of time?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible! Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Yeah, that'd also be pretty damn tricky.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
There's absolutely no chance the costume was taken off just to move the body because you can't take it off by yourself.
I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember...
Oh, what's up with this thing? I can't actually get it off. A little help.
Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself?
I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing.
Clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. Looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hiro wasn't just making it up?
I understand why you thought that, Hina, but...
Of course I wasn't making it up.
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it.
Yeah, that's
Showing
also
up
true.
in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right!
So, it's really, really true that Robo Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
Really, really.
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took? You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo Justice?
Yeah. Is that what's happening in this picture?
If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
There's also this part. How did you get hurt?
That guy hit me.
What guy?
Robo Justice. That's what I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be right.
On the surface, that sure does sound compelling.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it.
Not like we got a time limit. I mean, we do, whenever Monokuma gets bored, but... seems to enjoy us arguing.
Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility?
It is our lives on the line.
Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning.
Lemony
Maybe
Snicket?
we'll uncover something new.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself.
Right.
We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Also true.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume.
Sure seems that way.
As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect.
Put Edgeworth in there? I've actually never played any of the Ace Attorney things.
But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
I know, sacrilege. I played Danganronpa, but not Ace Attorney. What's wrong?
I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the 2nd floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Right, Celeste saw it, and Celeste took the picture. And Celeste was the one we had to do the bullet time battle against. Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you.
I saw him, that strange costumed man.
And she's been a lot more expressive this trial than any other time where people have been dead.
Ran off as soon as I screamed. He was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
and then...
Yeah.
What's that? That came from downstairs. It must have been...
Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. Same boat as me. Never played Danganronpa, but have played Ace Attorney. Oh wow, you're completely blind here then. Or maybe not completely. Come on, we have to go back.
At that point, we decided to divide up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office.
And if you're a big fan of murder mystery, I think Danganronpa is really good at it. Completely? Oh.
While Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect.
Well, you've already been spoiled on what happens in Chapter 1, at least on who dies.
When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead.
We know this Nagi guy from the Nintendo Direct. I never watched the Nintendo Direct, so I'm gonna level with you, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the 3 of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very surprising.
How surprising?
Hifumi's body has disappeared.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
This can't be happening. We hallucinating all this or something? Crash out.
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing.
I do just like how much of this is, like, going over the timeline by itself.
Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies.
This, like, murder setup is probably the most exhilarating, just because of the... You're running back and forth looking for this thing the whole time. But once you actually sit down and start looking at the clues, it's one of the more obvious trials.
And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated.
Yeah, a lot of movement and misdirection and Now, I'd almost call it a bluff in there somewhere, you know?
It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them.
Yeah.
Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
Contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them, no matter what. Bam, 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 bam.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Are you so sure?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
That Justice Hammers were numbered, but they're really used in that order?
So, regarding Taka's,
I wonder if, or perhaps it was, we already know what order they were killed in.
This?
Taka came last.
Like, this is a weird one.
What makes you say that?
Because this logic doesn't
Because
follow
of the
at
numbering
all.
of the Justice Hammers.
No. Don't scare me like that. It makes me think something weird's going on.
Shoot!
This one's dumb because it doesn't make any fucking sense why they think that.
so,
Numbering doesn't mean
regarding
shit.
Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
Did not mean to press that.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
I look
It's
at
true
numbering.
that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
That really doesn't add up.
So, regarding I wonder if he, or perhaps it was after. We already know what order they were killed in.
Yeah, that
No,
doesn't.
that's wrong!
That doesn't make any fucking sense. Gameplay-wise.
Hold on. There's no reason to assume
Yeah,
that the hammers were
I
used
mean, I
in
guess
the same order
also
as
the
their
fact
numbers.
that you have to use a statement that hasn't happened yet to contradict a statement like that. That's probably the single worst one in the entire game, maybe in the whole series. That one specifically.
If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
Evidence that proves Taka was killed before Hifumi. Something that relates to what time he must have died. Yes, there is. Hangman's Gambit. Right, we know what this is. Wristwatch. Wristwatch.
Now I understand!
Completed.
I've got it! Taka's wristwatch!
That'd do it.
See? Look! It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer, because as of last night,
Yeah, irritated voice. Almost 10 o'clock.
so
Looked at
if
his
it wasn't
wristwatch.
broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
Woo.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
During a time no one has an alibi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us.
Flip past some of you.
We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how
water.
they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window.
Ain't no one know what's happening here.
Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder, but all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
Do they?
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Yeah. In the nurse's office,
when we heard
screamed
Hifumi
down.
screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko.
And if it were Kyoko, why would she help dismantle Hiro's, blatantly obvious did it part?
Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
Hiro, please shut up.
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
God-damned idiots.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have
God,
rock
he's
solid
stupid.
alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream.
When you heard him scream, yes.
Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
At that exact moment,
And
sure.
it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She
Really
could have
just
dragged Taka's
flopping
body
back
out of
and
there
forth
right
on that
then.
one, huh?
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body.
Yeah. Let's say hypothetically she could move Taka. Maybe. Maybe. You think she can lift 200 plus pounds of whatever the fuck Hifumi is?
Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That is the question of the hour.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
He could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. The killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
I mean, it'd be impossible to move him. Except, I suppose, for one person.
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
Bum bum bum!
The dead body moved on its own?
Yoko, did you have to phrase it like that?
No! Not another... ghost!
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is, we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
He was... alive?
I mean, you already know this.
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Why do you think that?
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
Why not? The idea that Hifumi was still alive, is it really possible? I mean, almost 15... Actually, we don't know exactly how long later. He did wake up, so you know he wasn't actually dead yet. That already gives you some points. His dying message, proof that he wasn't dead yet at that time. A good starting point. Broken wristwatch.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
You really know he was alive, guys. Yeah, this is something I have to keep pointing out. What's wrong with you all? You are all fucking stupid. It's just...
Are you saying that when we first
again,
found Hifumi
they really
in the
need to
nurse's
avoid
office,
doing this where it's a statement that hasn't
there's a
happened yet
chance
is the
he was
solution.
actually still alive?
He was.
It is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that
how? Surely you heard the body discovery at Hifumi's dead body had been found.
Not quite.
No, that's wrong.
They were discovered at the same time.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
A question worth asking, I'll admit.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that
He doesn't want to say outright,
it's
but...
only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man.
No,
We're
it
asking
kinda
if
did.
you're a lazy bum.
Find a dead body for the first time.
No, actually, that was plenty.
Yeah. Didn't do an announcement when Hifumi died, did he? Monokuma has done 2 announcements here. The only issue is, the second announcement, Monokuma was actually wrong. And I think it's the only time in the entire series that happens. Because Hifumi woke back up. That was after the announcement that happened.
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means, even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Yeah. Unless the first time you found Hifumi wasn't dead. What do you mean? He didn't announce when we saw Hifumi die. He announced before, and I think they do bring up Monokuma must have actually made a mistake there.
Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
Second body discovery announcement. First time it played was when we found each body in the nurse's office in the equipment room. Second time was when both bodies were rediscovered.
We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the 2 bodies.
Ding dong, ding dong.
A body has been discovered! After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin!
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
Then in reality, when the 2 dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the
Yeah.
repository.
That's, I think that one's actually the funnest mystery of this thing. That's like the one, oh, Hifumi wasn't dead yet the first time you found him. I think
And
that's
just part of it.
that is genuinely the best part of this. It says a body and not body, sussy in it. Yeah. But Monokuma was trying to... So, the one thing Monokuma really wants to avoid is anyone sort of teasing the rules to solve the case. Not intentional, though, because that wouldn't work in Japanese. Also true. But it's also Monokuma, like, didn't want to answer the 2 in a row for 2 bodies being found simultaneously thing, solely because Monokuma doesn't want them to use that as proof. Doesn't want the rules to be proof by themselves if he can help it.
There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
There is, but go on.
Okay then, let's take another
The
look
fact
at
that he
the
was
events
alive later?
surrounding the discovery of
I
his
know,
body.
but, well, we're screaming into a fucking wooden box at this point. Anyone... I know, it's pissing me off, but I've accepted that the writers forgot this part. Somehow.
Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
And it's honestly one of my least favorite parts about this is that whole thing.
This whole thing is pointless.
Has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. Hifumi's glasses.
Well, here's one thing we do know.
Guess it must be because Kyoko would not
The
miss it
first
otherwise.
time we found Hifumi's
Yeah.
body was in the nurse's office. And
Right.
then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom,
Celeste
his
and
body
I.
disappeared.
It did disappear.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the
change in how it was positioned.
Damn it, too early.
Shoot!
Crap. I thought, like, they added an
Well,
extra
here's
line
one
to
thing
fuck
we
with
do
me
know.
there.
The first time we found Hifumi, and then, well, his body disappeared.
And the next time it was in the
But when you compare his body before, other than the change in how it was put, there was no notable difference.
There was one
No,
extra
it's
line to
wrong.
fuck with only me who was prepared.
In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us
Like-
in?
The fuck are you talking about?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
Yep. Evidence I found in the trash. You really gonna make me do this one? Alright, fine. The thing
got
that exists
It was
for no
a
other
glasses
reason than
cleaning
this.
cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right?
Yep.
And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
Don't hurt yourself, Tina.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Yeah, you do have to check, but it's like, obviously it's
Then there's
Hifumi's.
no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
You know,
So
I don't
what
miss
you're
this era where
saying
basically
is-
no one on a dubcast could
exactly?
remotely pronounce each other's Japanese names, right? Yeah, it's better off to be gone. To be fair, when Celeste does it, it almost sounds intentional because she's trying to put on an accent.
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Makoto, Hifumi.
Like, he sounds like she's trying to say it wrong to sound less Japanese.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the
There
blood
is a
off
charm to
himself.
it, but I think for the sake of storytelling and clarity and stuff, it's better that everyone knows how it's supposed to be said.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses
Like
other
you
than
lick
the
your glasses
owner?
clean like a lizard. Jack does look like that, yes. Fair, even now they don't do it like authentic, but I wouldn't expect that since they don't speak Japanese. They at least keep it consistent within the dub. Like, everyone for the most part will say it the same way. That sounds like they at least get some coaching on where the stress should go. Yeah, that too. But like here, it does sound sometimes like different people got different pronunciation notes, or maybe got no notes at all and had to guess.
That's a good point.
Then it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
I feel like copious was unnecessary there unless you had at least one more alliteration. Like, I feel like she wanted to do something really alliterative, copious corpse, and then just kind of had to give up.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead,
Not old enough to long for a bygone age.
what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
Fight, fight, fight!
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
Yeah, easy
He
peasy.
figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere!
Remember when we had cable television? Bathwater, I remember having satellite television.
But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done! God, what an idiot!
When we installed a fucking satellite dish. Yeah, I remember when sometimes I couldn't watch TV because it was raining. I don't miss it. Now, I will say I never had an antenna. That's not something I remember. Quillo's a little... I think Green Ghost is on the right track on that one.
And if Hifumi was still alive
I
at
can't
that
say that
point,
entirely.
the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained.
I can't say that fully, because I actually did get, like, the newer kinds of satellites that you... the newer kind of antenna that you just stick to a wall. That you can just buy and own for, like, $100. And they work way better than old antennas, but they still get a little iffy in extreme weather. I think still better than the more recent satellites. Better than a lot of the satellites I had. But I also live in a pretty major television production area, or at least near enough to one that I got good stuff there. So,
It should be perfectly obvious who must
I
have
did
moved
that as an
Taka's
adult
corpse.
because I didn't want to pay for cable anymore, but there were still a few shows I wanted to watch. One who moved Taka's corpse was...
I got
Hifumi.
it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
Remember watching Star Wars on VHS? I remember my grandmother, as like a Christmas gift for herself, got the entire Star Wars series on DVD, and that was her big thing. She was excited, because it was also kind of a gift to the rest to like me and my brother, so that she could finally show it to us. A CRT with a built-in VHS. Now that was high-end at the time. Oh man, I had a combination VHS DVD player. But I also had VHS CRTs. I had at least one of those. With a combo DVD VHS player, that was like the real height of, I can watch anything with this. All my old VHSs and these new DVDs I got. Was prone to the dinosaurs. Yeah, cool. You wish you knew the dinosaurs. Hang on, when did Bathwater message me on Discord? It was like half an hour ago. I don't know why you sent this to me, Bathwater. It's funny, I like it, but why now? Anyway.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked? Well, after the bodies disappeared,
Thought
we
on
all
Twitter
went
couldn't let
looking
it
for
slip
them,
away.
right?
Fair enough.
So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
Locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
Quite possibly.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
We have even more proof of that.
That means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
Sounds wrong at first,
If you're
but
having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
we do have one more.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing
You
to
want
his
FemCon?
involvement
I
has
want
yet to
Fem
be
a lot of
revealed.
things.
You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto?
Tell them,
The
Naegi.
item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
Fem Fulgrim? Maybe.
I got
The
it!
note Hifumi had. Though we could probably
You're
do that
talking
at will
about the
now.
note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't
Yeah.
you?
Probably.
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
Yes, his pants.
Sakura.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
Ah! That's the note I was telling you about! The one that told me where to go! Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's a different time and location.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been... I
Taka.
got it! That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
We're gonna have to do a thing to show how that works.
Hello, over here! Objection! Objection!
I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right?
I think how he points out they're not the same, then questions them not being the same. The only explanation I can find for that is, he's like, oh, they're not the same. Wait, they're not? He gets that in his head, but he also is aware that he's not bright enough to put that together, so he was fully expecting the following argument would be how it actually is the same, and he should have known that. But then when he's just proven correct, he genuinely can't believe it. It might be the first time in his life.
So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy!
It's weird that that nickname is more like something she'd call him than when this came out now.
Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
This be obvious.
Yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
You keep switching it. This side jack is seriously scary, but still. Turn my head. Why? What? You know what? What do I know? Can't let her get to me. Never mind, can't say it. And you heard TikTok? Oh. Okay. Alright, yeah. They still do these for later parts.
before. Must have been Hubby!
But remember what the note said.
Yep.
What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m.
It's like, what? The timelines are flashing. Yep.
Time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
Not pretty wrong.
No, that's
Although
wrong.
it is funny she picked that. Because it was a watch that...
No, there absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. We've already proven that using his wristwatch.
Yeah, Jack wasn't paying much attention.
But there's more.
Also,
Look
they
where
switched
the note
between
says
Jack
to
and
meet.
Jill once again. Yeah, stop the bit. Yeah, that's too real, Green Ghost.
The equipment
That's too
room,
similar
right?
to reality.
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was
Open
definitely
2x2,
meant
she
for
calls him
Taka.
TikTok. Why would she be in 2x2? It's a 2 remake. Did they say it was a remake of 1 as well? I hadn't heard that, if so.
Well, when you put it like that...
No, but you always have to expect the unexpected. I mean, there is... One of my hypothetical scenarios for 2x2 would allow that to happen.
No further objections!
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they'd found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it? Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely. Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Yeah.
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Proof. Easy.
I got it!
Scrap of paper Kiyotaka was
When
holding.
I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it!
Yeah.
It fits perfectly with the note
Even
we found
fucking
hidden on
looking at it makes
Hifumi.
that obvious.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup. They're from the same piece of paper.
Hell yeah.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
Right on the money, Sakura.
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive!
God, I hate that the only person who could have ever slapped Hiro is not only dead, but was also Chihiro, who would never do it. Togepi, can you lean over? I know it's a bit much, but please just hit him.
Sorry, no.
Have we expect them to include some kind of S mode because S takes place on the island? Could be. I hope they don't just... I doubt they'd package summer camp in there. But, like, considering, the ultimate talent development plan they put into V3, I really, really do hope they put more of that kind of thing. My biggest hope is that they continue my favorite Danganronpa story that so much more divergence it could do, and I want to see it. It's if you're curious. I'm hoping 2 is secretly the if timeline, or at least that they do a second if in it, because they did if as a bonus after you beat 2.
When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The second
dead.
body discovery announcement proves that.
I mean, no he wasn't, but...
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind. The true killer.
Let's not use the word mastermind. That means something else in this
He
context.
was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
Right.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
A little bit.
But me and Sakura were together.
Guess we're really just past the part where he was still alive and spoke to us. It just didn't happen.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
Walrus?
Who are you calling a walrus?
The fuck? That one didn't even make sense.
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
You ain't Columbo, hero.
And what might that be?
Celeste has been awful quiet while we were discussing all that.
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi!
The weapon?
It's not that complicated.
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right? So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it.
Alright, it's not the worst question to ask.
But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
It would be, which is why they didn't do
I'm
it.
surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
He almost asked an important question.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
That wasn't a compliment.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either.
It's something we should clear
The
up.
Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments.
Hifumi.
But if the hammers were
they're
already
all saying
laying
it
around
different.
those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Unless Sakura was swinging it, but, you know.
Then,
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
How about the most... I guess Makoto's the only one who noticed this, other than maybe Kyoko. Weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi. The picture surrounding this case won't become clear until we figure it out. Why would Sakura bother with a murder weapon, though? I mean, she wouldn't have to, but that's also beside the point. We already know you can't use 1 or 2, because, again, super risky to go back for those. Smash his head open. Hell, I'm almost willing to bet Sakura could do the fucking exploding heart punch from Kill Bill. Just tap you a couple times, and then your entire... just you is gone. Spotless Hammer.
What was used to kill Hifumi?
The Spotless Hammer.
Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
There was no witness, because they didn't have to take it out of the room.
Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out
Jeez.
murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
No, it didn't.
No, that's
It
wrong.
was kind of a Justice Hammer number 5, if you think about it.
The murder weapon wasn't a justice hammer at all. No.
Somebody
it was
buy
something
that
completely
URL, I wonder?
different.
I mean... you have time to check.
But, seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
Huh?
Yep. The mere act of cleaning the weapon makes it more suspicious.
And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi
What do they call the room a repository? I don't
the one
fucking
who betrayed
know.
him.
They could have just called it art storage, but repository, they insist. What exactly does that mean? It's such a generic term. It's art storage, and they should have called it that. I don't fucking know, dude.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him. The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
It's true, we haven't proven an accomplice just yet. Did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but... I don't think... Well, the spotless hammer,
Based on
maybe.
the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Yeah, this is another. They do
Based
this
on
one
the
a
rules
lot.
that have been laid
Where you've
out
just
for
got
us,
to use someone
Even
else's
if
thing
more
that they
than
haven't
one
said
person
yet.
is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can assuming the rule holds true.
No, that's wrong. Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering.
Yeah.
Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
Nagi, do you not understand basic words being strung together?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the
Those
risk
words
of taking
describe
part in a
exactly
scheme.
what they mean. Maybe in Japanese it ain't as obvious, but whatever. The implication of the floating junk messages you shoot down for time is Makoto just hears them start talking and goes, no, shut up. No, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You think he's just like... You think he's just like kind of flicking at them? No, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up now.
There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime.
Yeah. But if you think about it, Monokuma probably wouldn't let that slide.
And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka.
We can put him at the scene of Taka's death.
They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents.
Yep.
And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look.
Wow. Nagi flanked by two people who committed, or at least intended to commit murder. Unlucky, my boy.
A single suspicious
That is
individual,
his thing.
a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies.
It's funny. Both of them tried to kill, and both of them also got killed.
By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very
Hifumi.
beginning.
Unlike me, born to kill. You go get him, Bathwater.
That's just awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
Hifumi is really easy to manipulate. The effort made to convince us the two murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning. Is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. You were the hand of Xenocide, except elves. Bathwater would have won Danganronpa? Nah. I feel like leaving Law and Order. Yeah, but that's the thing. I see Bathwater like, I don't know, I see there being ways Monokuma could get you to kill someone. Sticking by principles. Yeah, and if Monokuma showed you irrefutable evidence that one of your classmates deserved to be killed for what they'd done, well... Kyoko really is amazing. Although, you think about it, she's almost too amazing? It's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now.
Crew Killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions, and in the end, murdered him. The debates up till now, wrong till, the way the case is unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit.
Here's my
Sorry.
answer. It was Celeste.
So I'm the suspicious individual now, am I? I
Wrong
really
till.
do hate
Yep.
this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him, that I would go within 10 feet of that
Shit for brains, that lazy, worthless, goddamn idiot!
Pardonnez-moi.
He overcorrected.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Little bit, yeah.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain
Why did she get to be both
behavior
Celeste
that was
and
common
Celestia?
only to the two of you.
Because it's part of her image. She wants this long name, but she also realizes it's inconvenient to say it every time, so she made a slightly shorter version of it. It's her image. So much of her is about her image.
Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
Those are the only Hifumi and Celeste had in common. Encountering the
I got
suspicious
it!
individual.
The
They're the only ones who
behavior they
saw
had
him.
in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo-Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush. The adults are talking now.
What?
Sorry.
Fuck you.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Bars.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
Not everything.
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual.
Kodo has no
correct?
backbone. He has a little bit, but not enough.
And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the 3rd floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
Yeah.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you.
I saw him, the strange costumed man. Ran off as soon as I screamed. Was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab,
Plus, her getting attacked but not murdered never made any sense.
it was time for her partner to get to work.
Huh?
What was that? Came from downstairs. It must have been...
Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
It was to get us to divide into 2 groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
I feel like Byakuya would be the kind of guy to insist on using her full name rather than the shortened Celeste. On the other hand, I feel that he would more strongly be angry at even having to acknowledge an obvious fake name in the first place. Yeah, but that's just something he never really interacts with at all.
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
I think it's equally possible he doesn't remember her real name, because he doesn't care. Like, he sees her as just as far beneath him as everyone else. Despite her very pointed attempts to present herself as his equal in a lot of ways.
Then why don't we split into 2 groups?
I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting.
Very well. Then Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura.
They weren't in this situation. He's the kind of guy who would have had people look up her ID just so he can refuse to use anything but her real name. Hypothetically. But also, actually, I see him using it, I see him holding on to that as blackmail. As useful blackmail for her. You know? Could he do that? I bet he could. But would he just give up a potential resource like that? I don't think so.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events
Maybe, I guess you're
suddenly
right.
become
Information is
connected.
power. Yeah, I see him holding on to anything he could use against someone. I don't think you're wrong that he'd spot it and try to find her real name immediately. But I don't think he'd reveal it or be... I don't think he'd care enough about the name itself, really. Like, again, she's so far beneath him.
And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on.
Sounded fake as shit.
That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it? It was your way of telling him, we're on the 3rd floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
Feel like he would care about being made to participate in her childish game? Maybe.
I just realized another strange thing.
Not that he cares about her or her name. He finds it degrading to participate in her charade. Or charade. I see what you're getting at, but at the same time... It's like... I also have difficulty seeing him put any real effort behind avoiding it.
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
It's a what if we can't put much stock into either way for a few reasons.
Certainly was not expecting this. I did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
That one at least is... You're right, information is power, and we know he never lets his information go without a plan for it. Yeah, I think he would... I think he would, like, say Celeste, but he'd always, like, make a point to put air quotes up whenever he's saying it. Like, he would make it very clear he doesn't believe her.
I don't believe it. Everything. The whole thing was one big act.
Like I said, like I've been saying the whole time, Celeste is very good at emotional manipulation. The whole of this case was designed to emotionally manipulate everyone into a specific conclusion. And it worked. It largely worked. Like, the only two holes in it were Naegi managed to pick up just a little bit. He just barely met. Hello. I'm not sure how to say that. Hi. Welcome to Danganronpa. I like talking about characters. Not only was Makoto able to slightly he picked out one little logical bit that bothered him, but Kyoko wasn't there for the ride, so she was able to completely detach herself from the high-octane portion of it.
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Let's not forget, at the beginning, even Byakuya fell for it. He was actually mad because it was too easy. She knew Hina would get mad and become the bad cop demanding a confession. And she knew Sakura would probably go along with whatever Hina said. She was probably very disappointed Kyoko didn't get swept up in the whole chase sequence. Makoto did, but he's experienced enough at this point that he's starting to pick stuff out. He's been through two of these that he's had to basically carry by himself, the first one especially, so he's actually starting to get pretty good at this. And I think that's what let him pick something out despite all the chaos. Something that even Togami didn't pick up. I have doubts Kyoko could be misled even if she were there. No, for sure, but I think even Kyoko would have had a harder time. Just call you a Flitz? Hey, finding this chapter? This chapter is very up and down for me. On the one hand, for me, from an outside perspective, I've always found it one of the most obvious murders. Like, one of the most obvious culprits. Because looking at it when you're not part of it, like, I was getting to that. Celeste is very good at emotional manipulation. She's very intelligent in that regard. But her logical deduction is quite lacking. She missed a lot of important details about the case she set up that led straight to her. Fun character moments, kinda bad writing in the mystery. Yeah. And also, some of the gameplay mechanics, you can see it's really suffering from them not having the agreement function. This is your first playthrough? Oh no, I love this entire series. I've played this entire series. I've read most of this series. I haven't been able to read Danganronpa 0 because it's actually kind of hard to find good translations of it. But I've read most everything else. Everyone at the trial just forgetting that Hifumi literally died in front of them after giving his last words. The crucial element of the case is initially presented. We have to pretend it did not happen. That's the thing. I have a bit of a theory about that. So I have to wonder if that was added in later. Like, production, I should say. The wake up. And they had to rewrite things to make it make sense, because they need that for something that happens later in this game. Like, something not related to this chapter that's important for. Do you have a favorite trigger-happy Havoc character? Ooh. If we limit it to just this game... It's tricky. Danganronpa as a whole, I definitely couldn't tell you. Here, it's hard. Everyone wants to know Kyoko is best. Kyoko is definitely in the running. And... man. Part of me does want to say Celeste. I'll say Celeste solely because she is my personally favorite. But that doesn't mean I think she's the best. Because also... Also, a great deal of my interest in her is on my own interpretations of her as a character. which not everyone agrees with, but I think that's also part of the fun, is that a lot of her character is up to interpretation. You can argue the kind of point of her character is done a lot better with a much later character. Like 2 games from now, there's a character with a bit of a similar central theme who way more people are into. I'll get to that when we get to that. Not at all. Favorite in general? Favorite in general, I don't think I could ever pick out. If I could pick out my favorite character who has no screen time, or very minimal screen time, probably Seiko Kimura from Danganronpa 3, the ultimate pharmacist. I love her creepy cute design, and I like her character arc. That one's purely a, this character deserved to have more screen time and more done with them. And instead, they're kind of revolved around a character who genuinely sucks. Like, in terms of both ethics and writing. Mondo Gecko is good because JoJo. Yeah, Mondo's pretty fun. I do like him and how... You like Kaede? I like Kaede.
Yeah? I was feeling kinda sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom.
Without spoilers, my favorite 2 character is probably Ibuki. Kyoko, Shuichi, Kaede are up there. I guess if I had to pick a singular character... Your favorite is Yasuhiro Hagakure. Just like his overall vibe. Man, I feel bad, because I don't like him solely because I feel like there's not much to him. Nagito, but you can't say that too loudly because Nagito fans are weird. They are. A lot of them. We'll have to talk about that during 2, and it's gonna have to be a big thing to talk about during 2. Because let's not forget, Nagito took over the entire goddamned internet for a while. Tumblr was just the Nagito website for... I'm not sure it ever stopped. Also like Byakuya, as you probably noticed. I know you like him a lot. I like him less, but... Nagito fans are a different breed. If I had to pick my favorite protagonist, it's probably Hajime. Or I should say favorite playable protagonist. Protagonist overall is way broader. I don't think he's like your favorite or anything. You step up to bat for him sometimes. Sometimes, yeah, you've been... You've definitely, like... You've been in his corner during some of my rants at him. Oh, thank you for following, Flitzy. I am gonna keep playing Danganronpa if that's what you're here for. Next time I'll play it should be on Friday. If that's just what you're around for. Probably because it's so rude people downplay his problems compared to others. To some extent, yeah. And I think I am guilty of that. Again, to some extent.
Wait! Then that was...
Part of the plan.
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed.
A point on a graph is nearly meaningless. 2 points make a line. 3, 4, 5, you really get a pattern.
Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
You have a stream schedule so you know when to tune in? Yeah, I should... It should be in the schedule section on the Twitch page. I always start at... I start at the same time every single day. Yeah, you should be able to look at my Twitch schedule to see what times I go. And you're following, so you should also get notified. I also always post on the Discord if you want to go in there. If you don't want to go to the Discord, that's also fine. Rune generally seems so well put together. He acts adult, so people want to judge him like an adult, not the child he is. He's as immature as the rest of them. He's just well put together. I'd phrase it as, he's as immature as the rest of them, he's just better at hiding it.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
Like, if I look at Togami honestly as a character, I think there were definitely times I was too harsh. Because I look at his situation, and his arc is a bit similar to a character I very much love. Lysel from Baldur's Gate 3. Aggressive and rude and acting how they were trained to because they're scared.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. Going to die just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
We didn't say Taka was dead yet.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room.
Right.
Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed. So Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the nurse's office.
How'd they even remember what she said? Fumbles your mind every time you play with Trial? Here's the thing, I did pick that out when it happened. I had some of the benefit of hindsight, but again, like, no one said that yet.
Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead. Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Byakuya said that Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. What's he alluding to? What do you mean, what is he alluding? He just said it. God, you are idiots. He'll give Lysel that she really did try to help in her own way at first, while Byakuya did not. She wasn't told she was in a zero-sum game like Byakuya. Rules as he was presented make it illogical to work with anyone.
Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it? What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
I say it's so strange. Should have only known about Hifumi's death. That mind, what's so strange about what she said is, yeah, I do have to take so strange.
They must really enjoying.
I don't like how often, for this like specific trial, they keep making you go through it once to pick up something that hasn't been said yet. And that, that gets annoying.
We are all going to die. We are going to die.
Just like
No, that's wrong.
Like, again, this feels like a limitation of their game mechanics.
That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died.
I wasn't even like I was pointing to that as a reason they divert, and probably why I was so much kinder to Lysel than to Byakuya. But I was pointing out that like their thought processes and their behavior are still very similar. It's just Lysel still comes from a point of helping you when she probably doesn't have to, whereas Byakuya kinda is the opposite. Not actively hindering because he thinks he needs to.
When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Yep.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall.
I mean, she could just say, I wasn't talking about specifically this trial, I was saying everyone who's died so far. And be like, okay, I guess maybe emotions were running high.
So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room.
Like, this is a pretty weak piece here.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys?
I think there's a more empathetic reason as to why he tries hard to push people away from him. So the zero-sum game would harm him on a personal level to make friends with someone he has to kill. I don't buy that one as much. Quick to accept that in this game, the only option is to kill someone and leave. I don't buy he's pushing them away for his own emotional to avoid attachment so much. Solely because I feel like I really do buy his more I'm better than you and you don't deserve my attention thing. Yeah. Like, I do agree, like, he thinks it's pointless and he doesn't want... He just doesn't want to fake being friends with people, is how I read it. And he sees any attempt at friendship as being fake right now. But also, he doesn't think they deserve to be his friends. Like, he did say no one here is his equal.
Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
Oh.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations?
Oh, he doesn't like that.
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
There's two reasons that can't work. One, the suit doesn't fit anyone but you. Two, the camera doesn't have a timer.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer.
Yep.
In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away.
I like the camera being crap and having almost no features on it is such an important part of the case. Like, it doesn't have a time delay. It doesn't have fucking dates or time and date stamps on it. It barely has a flash.
If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
Yeah, it
No.
honestly
There is
kind of
no
looks
other
like...
explanation.
Other explanations? If it wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away, the only other possibility is... Hifumi's dragging the suspect away.
It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
Yep. I think that is the only time she has genuinely made that face. Just
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi,
camera
but the person
sucks.
in the
That's why I'm
robot
innocent.
suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther.
Yep. By the way, I'm pretty sure it would be further, not farther.
If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Let's think she can prove there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. Is that really possible? Costume, message, blueprints.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious. There's no way they could
stand up straight like that.
No, that's wrong.
That's wrong.
Break.
No.
The
Even
music
if
in this
the person
game.
inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
It doesn't bend at the waist.
Totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
What sucks is before this you maxed out your bond with Celeste. That is the real painful beauty of Danganronpa. Going in blind and, you know, getting to know someone who's going to die or kill.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Oh.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Yep. One of those things you can't really translate. Weird sounds Japanese that people will make in Japanese when they're surprised. It's just always gonna be weird trying to translate that.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Oh, here we go. Really start swirling around. Whoa.
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate?
There's her real voice.
Celeste? Clearly! You want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem.
This is some of my favorite voice work from her, solely because she completely drops the accent because she is so stressed.
Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Tries to regain a little bit of composure during that.
Hey, Hifumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right. I remember. Their name. Yasuhiro.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not?
He goes really high-pitched here.
He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro. In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Hagakure. That's a way to say it.
Right! But my name isn't really Yasuhiro! It's actually Taro!
Hiro, you're not helping.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
Hiro, please shut the fuck up.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
This part of the trial is... God, that's a coincidence. And it's a coincidence to the point that it's, like, kind of annoying. Japanese, she speaks with a very sweet and noble and feminine style. When she's mad, she reveals a very foul-mouthed, even masculine speaking style. Yes, I was aware of that. I knew this, and I think this is a good way to translate it, where she's putting on a very fake French accent, normally, but then she switches to having, you know, a full American accent, swearing a lot more. Not fully still, because I think they... Yeah. But no, I was aware that it's a translation choice. And accents are a good way of doing that kind of thing. I think the probably most well-known example of using accents to convey sort of tone is probably in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dub, where Joey, who speaks very rudely, was given a Brooklyn accent, and Bakura, who speaks very politely, was given a British accent.
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Yeah, gets really threatening.
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us.
Yep. This is something that was not... This was actually easier to translate than it should have been.
How did he refer to each of us?
I got it! That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names.
Now, it was worth noting that, like, in the Japanese, it was still very odd for him to call Hiro by his first name. I'm pretty sure most people call him Hiro, but the thing more there was, he very specifically didn't use people's nicknames even when they had them. He'd call her Ludenberg Dono. He used Dono a lot. It was supposed to be a fairly respectful way to refer to people. But he didn't use nicknames, he didn't use first names. He was always last name Dono. That's just how he talked to people. So it was a bit of a hint that he wasn't talking about Hiro when he said Yasuhiro.
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example.
Yeah, and using Mr. or Miss here. The stereotypical otaku quality. That's also true.
So if Hifumi did mean to say
Gotta get off to
Hiro's
work.
name,
You're def tuning
he
in
would
next
have said
time.
his
Great rest of the
last
stream.
name,
Hey, you too.
Higakure.
She or Dono? Right. Thanks for stopping in, Flitzy.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name. Indecent?
Another weird thing to translate, like, incidentally into indecent. Like, they found something to do, but, like, something Celeste said there sounded like a dirty word, and Jack pointed it out. I don't know what the exact thing was for this line, but they found something to do.
Don't talk.
And of course, like, shut up.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation?
I do wonder if this was luck, and I'm using luck with a capital L here, that caused this nonsense to happen.
No. There's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last
Restart
name
again.
of whoever
This time you
killed him?
super swear you're happy with what you made. It's a Blade Dancer. I was thinking about making a Blade Dancer who gets a Psyker Awakening later to do the cool bleed burn build that I saw floating around a little. That looked fun.
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to.
Yeah?
And that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
Yeah.
What did you just say?
Doing all the cheesy shit? Have fun.
To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit!
You can tell where she just gives up on the accent. It's so fun.
Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you?
Pyromancer and Biomancer for toxic and flame stacking with Executioner? That sounds really fun. Yeah. This, like I said, this is what I believe to be the true crux of her character.
Well? Do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Can't quite pick her accent
Okay,
back up
then
there.
fill us in. What's your real name?
Fine. Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
And here's where that comment from Kyoko that doesn't make any fucking sense in the context she had available to her at the time will finally add up. But I still won't give up, so then I have to do something to make her accept it. Make your argument.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something.
He's
He
so
wanted
perfect.
us to know the killer's last name. Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? 9? name is...
Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
It's upside down.
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
Love it when Master
I'm not
yells at
pretending.
people.
It's the truth. And
Yeah?
since you have
No way to contradict.
Show us your e-handbook. Prove it.
That's it! The handbook!
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right?
Yep.
Monokuma told us all about it before.
I think my dog had a dream and now he's barking about it.
This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. It has so many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Remember your dog had dreams he'd kick his feet while sleeping? You miss him? Mine still does that, but this time is a different little dream and he woke up barking about it.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up.
There it is.
Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
This is the part of her... A big part of this is this whole thing was a gamble. Even now. And she doesn't give up until it's over, because I do believe, if nothing else, if no other story she tells can be true. She's a gambler at heart.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
Closing argument. Let's see. That's back for some reason. No, that'd have to go here. This is around 1 AM he came in. I'll have to eliminate some stuff to try to figure this out. The gambler, but unfortunately this isn't a gamble. Biggest crime is breaking my heart. Some of these are so confusing. Taking the picture. Wait. Looking at his watch. Jesus Christ, the detail on that. Looked like a fucking mole creature. Y'all really think he did an anime pose after that? Justice Hammer number 3 was left there. Looking at the final card will not save her, short of a genuine miracle. He would. He fucking would. This one especially, like, it's so hard to tell what the hell's going on in all this crap. Like, I guess this could be... That could go there. I think this is actually probably the worst of these, because you can't see what the fuck's going on at all. Probably gotta psych himself up somehow to not freak out over killing someone. Yeah. Hammer number 2, maybe? Does not strike me as the kind of guy who can just suck it up. Oh, absolutely not. He's way too emotional of a person. Pushing the dolly. Wait, I almost fucked it up. Over here. This hammer 4 was used for that. 3 for that. This is used elsewhere. He's being convinced here. Chips are there. The glass ball isn't related. The poster isn't related. I think I've got this. Take around a cloth to clean your glasses. Genocide Jack on this one, you just use tissues.
Here's exactly what happened.
I use a cloth, but it's just because tissues
Before
don't work
anything,
for me.
The killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was...
If I was hearing the narration and being asked to pick in sequence, this would be a little easier.
The killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes.
Yeah, no, tissues really don't work to clean my glasses. It's because of the kinds of smudges I get on them. So, the ones I have to wear, most of the smudges are actually on the internal side from my eyelashes and my eyebrows a little bit. I wear the kind I wear are very close to my eyeballs. There's one I am.
First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning.
And tissues don't work well for that kind of smudge.
That someone they met with was Hero.
They kind of just spread it around when I try
The
them.
murderous duo intended to pass Hero off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him,
Skin oils can be hard to get off. Yeah, I have to use proper
knocked him
cloth
out,
for it.
and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit.
But it's rare I actually carry it with me. I just keep it... I keep it in my room. Because it just accumulates very slowly over time. Well, not that slowly. I usually have to wipe it off like once every other day, I think. Click, click.
Next, Hifumi positioned himself
Level the
to make
pain,
it
that's
look
what I gotta
like
do.
Robo-Justice was attacking him. While the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the
Wiping your
suspicion
glasses
on
off constantly. That's the other part.
When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker.
Like, I don't have to clean them that... just like once a day I can use that cloth, and I'll probably be good.
And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan.
Murder, murder.
They called Taka to the equipment room.
Blam.
And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder.
Ding, ding, ding.
The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers
it's legit a
pretended
waste
to be
they
the
barely
victims
got any of
to
Kyondo.
solidify Robo-Justice as the suspect.
At the same time, Kyondo... I was never that into it. It felt... weird. Like... It felt like a joke that didn't make me laugh.
The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken.
It is weird, it's goofy. It's goofy, but it's like...
They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise.
It wasn't that entertaining for me. I wanted to see more of what it really was. I wanted to see more of... What I would have wanted to see, honestly, is, the coping mechanism not working. Because that's what it is. Like, I do not believe that what he professes, that Mondo's soul latched onto him. Oh no, of course not. It's a bizarre grieving strategy. Yeah, it's a bizarre grieving strategy, and I wanted to see more of it blatantly not working. Yeah, how that plays out. I want to see him coming to terms with and accepting that, like, this is still running from the problem. That is still, in some degree, not letting Mondo be dead.
The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these two incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did.
Coming to terms, maybe seeing how Mondo influences Kiyotaka to change himself. Yeah, as opposed to just kind of Taka starting to act like Mondo, but in a filtered way. Like, he started getting more aggressive, quote-unquote, and almost swearing, in that he'd still say the baby versions of the swears.
We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for.
Gone but not forgotten. Never ever.
He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered. He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we
Never forget
naturally
Prime
assumed
Minister
it was for
Jr. and his
Hifumi.
pal Butterboy. Yeah, like, again, looking at the further games, the people who are close to someone, and then that someone they were close to ends up dying, they usually end up as survivors. So we can have more time exploring that character's grief, which I think is good. I think that's necessary. Because exploring that character's grief is the biggest thing about you in a killing game, is the grief of the survivors as they go forward. So I think it is a bit of a missed opportunity that Taka dies so soon after that, you know? It makes it feel more like a plot contrivance than, you know... Like, it felt like them becoming friends was forced so that this other part here could happen, as opposed to they became friends, and as a consequence, Taka is going to have to deal with it.
We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation.
Does it feel like just some gags, to be honest? That is what that's what Kiyomondo felt like, yeah.
He simply got
I just
up
called it
and made
Ishimondo,
his
but that's the
escape.
ship name.
When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room.
Kitty, you will get fed soon, I promise. I bet he did struggle with that. He is
He
not
wrapped
fit.
Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all
Also,
the way
Kyondo
down
kinda had
to
a
the
bitchin' design.
repository.
The glowing red eyes and the shiny white hair. I actually kind of liked it in the comic style here, where it was like, it was white on top of brown to show that it wasn't actually changed, and, you know, when he's dead, it goes back fully brown. It's just like a mental thing.
That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them.
I do wonder how Monokuma would have tried to work that out. If two separate murders happened, like, actually. The best I can think of is he would have run 2 trials where the two would have, and, like, still kept the rule. that, alright, you're the blackened of this trial. You, accomplice, you'll still die if you get it wrong. Wait, I almost forgot about one of your favorite guys. Gundam Tanaka. I love him, and I definitely want to talk about him
And they
the next
did it
game.
using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository.
2 has a lot of the best characters. But V3 has a lot of the deepest characters.
That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
Flowers.
I mean, the use of roses here is, odd symbolism
Celeste.
choice?
Sorry, you lose.
It's an odd symbolism choice here to have roses surround this, because... I suppose... Are these all... No, not all of them are roses. I see, like, 1 or 2, but it's primarily roses. And a good chunk of them are red. So it's just... Did they just think it looked pretty? Because the symbolism of that does not fit what's happening here. Exactly.
Lost? I lost? When was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Is this supposed to be elegant because of her image? I guess so. There's like the symbolism of a lot of red roses implies this is some red and yellow and white roses implies this is some kind of romantic betrayal. When that's not quite what happened here. Don't speak flower language much. I'm not super fluent, but roses are always love. Now, the different color of rose means a different kind of love. Red is romantic love. I believe yellow is more friendship love. There's a romantic betrayal in me. That is something I do want to discuss a little bit about Celeste, but I think I want to save that for the school mode, where a lot of people have pointed this out. In the killing school life, you know, main story mode, Celeste is actually very rude a lot of the time to Makoto, but in the school mode, I genuinely think she has a crush on him. When she does not feel that she has to kill him, or potentially be killed by anyone, I think in the same way as Togami, I think she is scared here. I think when she's not under that pressure, she genuinely has a crush on Makoto. Because it's weird how vulnerable she tries to be with him sometimes. And how jealous she can be, also. In Hanakotoba, yellow roses are jealousy. Japanese flower language. That's also true. I also once heard a girl say long ago, roses are red, violets are blue. Guess who's a whore? Guess that'd be you.
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor.
I, Celestia Ludenberg.
Actually, no.
You're right. Red roses are love, yellow are jealousy. Yeah, it's a lot of... It's a weird thing. Like, I don't think that was planned so far ahead of time, just because she doesn't... Although, in her free time events, it does feel like she's trying really hard to impress Makoto during her free time events. And she gives him a lot more, like, in her little worldview, a lot more station than it feels like she'd go at. Any of that personal subtext that really doesn't get to come out much in the game. Yeah.
Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Yes. Taiko Yasuhiro.
Taiko?
She literally just told you how to say it, dude.
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Yeah, that was a prime Come on, dub. Taiko? I love that shit, it's so goofy. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine. Taiko? Motherfucker, I just said Taeko. Taeko. Taiko, if you want to say it fast.
Interesting.
And I think this is rare look at Taeko Yasuhiro. The real, genuine person underneath Celestia Ludenberg. The person who I believe in... Not that fast that becomes Taiko. That's a different word. Yeah, but Taeko. 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 Yeah. This is the person buried under the idea of Celestia Ludenberg. The... to some extent, painfully average individual who wants to be special. She has that in common with a fair few characters in Danganronpa, and she actually is a weird microcosm of a lot of Danganronpa's themes. Normality that desires to be special, truth and lies. It's part of why she is kind of my favorite character in this game. But there's also the problem of... because so much of her character is about the lies, you can never really know if that was on purpose.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote, okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Oh yeah, interesting thing I learned recently. I was kind of researching a bit. Byakuya may be a dick, but he's an honest dick. Yeah, that's the thing. You can figure out where he comes from. But with Celeste, Taiko, you have to dig. You have to really dig. And I won't lie, I probably dug too deep. Is a dick, but a backwards dick. It's like, she is so desperate for this idealized version of herself to be the only version that exists. And for it's actually interesting how important it is for her for people to like her. She wants people to be impressed by the veneer of Celestia Ludenberg. Whereas Togami would be surprised if someone didn't care, but I don't think it would bother him for that long. He wants... and it is interesting how her lies are actually so effective that, like I said, a lot of people in the fandom put her as an intellect on par with Kyoko and Togami. That same token would say it's very important to Byakuya to impress on others and himself his worth. No, that's the difference. Well, it is similar. His status does matter to him because it validates everything he's been through. I think Byakuya's status is very, very meaningful to him. Whereas, I feel like Celeste is far more interested in other people's views. Whereas, I feel like Togami could more easily shake off other people's views. Now, he does... that's not 100%. It's not that he doesn't care what other people think of him. He despises the idea of being considered a rich boy who was handed everything in life. That is the one thing that genuinely pisses him off if you think that about him. He's very insistent he's better than others, because it matters to him that they know. Yes. Like, that's a big thing. He does not want anyone to ever think that about him. Primarily because it's very obviously not true. He's rich, he's powerful, and he earned it. But I think Togami could more easily brush off someone just kind of... Like, if someone didn't treat him with what he saw as the respect he deserves, barring outright disrespect, I mean, if someone just treated him like a normal person, it's not entirely untrue, he did earn it. If you know, you know. No, that's what I'm saying. He did earn it. He did earn it. Like, that is why he's so mad about the idea of being treated like some spoiled rich kid who just got everything handed to him. He is a rich kid, but he's not a spoiled rich kid. He is rich, but he got it out of the mud. Byakuya is fairly self-aware of what he's been handed in life, but also what he had to endure to take hold of it. Yes, and I would contrast Celeste as... While Byakuya needs to impress it upon himself, he needs for himself to believe that his suffering was worth it, Celeste needs other people to believe it. While I feel like Byakuya, if someone just didn't care and treated him fairly neutrally, he'd just, like, be able to write that off as, oh, the ignorant masses don't know how to properly treat me. I'll let them wallow in their ignorance. Because, again, he is above them. But compared to Celeste, we're to understand, like, that name, Taiko Yasuhiro, it's a very normal name. It's too normal. And she desperately, desperately hates it. I imagine she actually does, on some level, resent Byakuya because she thinks he was handed everything in life, and she wishes it were her. Some level he does need others to acknowledge it, but if they didn't, he'd react with disgust and frustration. He'd still feel confident, but he would be mad. Does go out of his way to assert the status he believes he deserves others afford him. That is true. But if someone didn't... Alright, my dog just barked out of nowhere and gave me a goddamned heart attack. Where was I? Yeah. Like I was saying, it's a personal insult to him and those he had to step over to become who he is to deny him that acknowledgement. As I was getting at, he does have ways to rationalize someone not necessarily treating him like a god, or as some kind of royalty, essentially. It's the other person is stupid for it. But for Celeste, if other people don't see her how she wants to be seen, I think that's actually... She very quickly loses her temper at that. To her detriment to a large degree, whereas Togami, I think, can control himself and actually steer it correctly. I think it's important to him, but I think Celeste bases all of her self-worth on it. Because here's the thing. While Togami at his core is what he claims to be, Celeste isn't. At his core, he is a rich and powerful person who earned that power and that money. But Celeste, she earned her money, but she is not a powerful person. She is not an intelligent person. But she is, but just not in that way. 1 second, I think my dog's about to barf. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, there's a solid center to him that Celeste lacked. He has no inner sense of self-worth. Byakuya proved his worth to himself, so while the insult hurts, does not lessen his view of himself. As that follows with her talent being gambling. The kind of thing that you can never really know you succeeded at by your own merits. It's not quite luck, but how can it be distinguished from luck? The evidence of her talents can be taken as sheer luck. In a way, she suffers the same self-worth issues other lucky students seem to feel. Talent feels outside their control and therefore not really theirs. And I think that follows into her free time events where she's able to, on some level, accept that luck can be a talent by interacting with Makoto. And but in so doing, she has to put out there that, okay, but my luck is better. Mine isn't like that one. she tries to one-up Makoto's luck. Because, again, Makoto is otherwise so average. I mean, that's why she likes Makoto. I think that is a big part of it. And I think genuinely, she does, I think she does actually see a lot more of herself in Makoto than even she's willing to admit. That they're both these painfully average people who always have to question that they're there, that they are only here because of a lucky break. He validates her both by validating that luck is a talent, by demonstrating that she does have something beyond sheer luck that makes her special. And at the same time, I think she identifies with him some. Or at least Taiko Yasuhiro identifies with Makoto Naegi. Almost in actually a similar way that Taka kinda does in his free time events, when we get to those. Taka actually sees himself as a pretty average person, and so he finds it pretty easy to get along with Makoto, who is also relatively average. Now, Taka's pretty extreme as a person, and his talent, his quote-unquote talent, is that he's just a really hard worker. Yeah. And that's why in her school mode, it's so interesting seeing her just barely try to be vulnerable with Makoto, but at the same time, never let him pass the veneer of Celestia Ludenberg. But in her ending, it sounds like he's getting damned close to actually getting past that. And I will definitely... I really want to play the school mode and show off some of my favorite endings in it.
It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you're totally correct. The Blackened this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was... Ta-da! Celestia Ludenberg! Or more precisely, Taiko Yasuhiro!
Kind of a fundamental question of these games. Talent's really something special, or are they just the product of exceptional hard work? That is a thing... That is something that seems to come down to the individual. For some of them, they really are just a product of their environment, so on some level it's luck. But at the same time, they pushed their environment to their advantage, so on some level it's hard work. Looking at Sakura, I kinda wanna say supernatural because what the fuck? Like, you wanna say, well, she was born into a long-line dojo, this dojo with all these resources to train her, so on some level that's luck. But also, dear mother of God, she's like 6'4", and she's muscles up to her eyeballs, that's hard work and nothing else. And looking at Taka or Mondo Gecko, they just seem like guys who tried really hard. Yeah. But at the same time, you look at Mondo, his older brother had a lot to do with that. Building up that gang, that was a team effort. That wasn't solely his own hard work. You could argue there's something like luck that his brother was also in there. Sakura appears to have strength beyond any kind of human limit. Appears to. Yeah. But, like, there is the fact that she's very tall, but also, there is some artwork of her when she was still in training. She was actually a fairly normal-sized person. Like, her musculature is a result of her work. His brother built that gang, so why is the talent his? Yeah. There's always that question of there's these people with all this talent, but a lot of them don't feel like they deserve it. Mondo didn't feel like he deserved it. Sakura actually very blatantly doesn't feel like she deserves it. Find out more on why later. Celestia doesn't feel like she deserves it. Togami has to force himself to believe he deserves it, because I think it's such a critical part of his worldview and his self-worth. Talent is his, like... Yeah, Mondo's talent is his only by his sheer effort to pursue it. Like, it's such a big central part, and... Talent versus, like, hard work versus luck, and, you know, talent versus effort. Truth versus lies. These two concepts microcosm very heavily into Taiko, which is why she's my favorite so much. Hyakki is confident he deserves it, because he had to prove it early in his life. But even having the opportunity to prove it, I imagine he... Like, even being born into that family, even though... Like, yes, that gave him a very hard life early on, there's no way he could be what he is if his father wasn't that person. Maybe the talent name doesn't sit well with him. His ultimate affluent prodigy implies he was born with that right. I think... An early translation was like, ultimate scion, which would just be like, ultimate heir to a noble family. Like, ultimate heir was also one thrown around. It's like, the name is not what he'd like, but he's able to convince himself it works because he did still have to fight to keep that name. Let's go. I'm already over time. I do love talking about this, but, you know. I lost. Well, that sucks. Guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Fumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan? And how did you get him to agree? Can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure she relied on her specialty. Lying. My specialty? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree. His title is Son of a Noble. So yeah, I guess, like, Scion isn't a terrible... Scion or heir are actually pretty accurate translations. Affluent progeny is... That's like... Oh, that's honestly kind of a weird way to translate it. Emphasize something I suspect he would downplay in his own virtues.
So then...
Then did you use... You know. I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice...
Indeed.
I used... her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but... It was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Do you mean... You're talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What? What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here.
I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad.
He does acknowledge being born a Togami gave him an opportunity most do not have. He would reject the idea that he owes his accomplishments to that. He had an opportunity, but that he seized it is his talent and his strength alone. Yep.
In other words...
Then you're the one that stole it?
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again? Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. What are you doing here?
Actually...
I was hoping I could talk to you. Alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it. The juxtaposition of the image she puts on is like, she's lost everything, she's just gonna talk like normal. She's gonna stop putting in all the effort. Because she just... If she kept putting in the effort, it becomes humiliating at this point. And that's the one thing she doesn't want. She doesn't want to be pitied. She doesn't want to be humiliated. She wants people to respect her. And right now, the best way to be respected is to just be who she is. Because it's just pathetic if she keeps up the lie at this point, and she does not want to be pathetic.
What? Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it.
So then...
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the picture as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him. How did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her.
You are correct. Which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
As for me...
Please forgive me, he threatened me.
Oh,
He did?
And... okay, I'll give you that Hifumi is gullible here. But it's hard to be too mad at him with how he went, like, forward. Because it does feel like he was actually... what morals he has were actually played against him here.
As for me...
He came to my room last night unannounced, and then... it's hard for me to even say. He abused me.
What?
Guess he would react to his talent much in the same way he would react to someone treating him as a commoner. It's wrong, but they're wrong, not him. Yeah. And he took pictures. Said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice. Flex purely on their own arrogance, not him. Yep.
Damnation!
Yeah, looking at Hifumi here. Yes, he's gullible to believe her without, like, full proof. To believe the self-admitted liar. But at the same time... she played him like a goddamn fiddle.
I know he'd gone a little crazy, but...
It's a goof, but it's like... tensions are high. As, like, if he believes it, I can see him being brought high enough to actually murder Taka over this. Like, yeah, it's completely out of character for Taka, and he should have realized that, but... do feel bad for him, though. He was just kind of a goofy guy. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with him. He's just annoying.
Say what?
I never imagined he would go that far.
Yeah, there's nothing really bad about him. He's just annoying. A little creepy at times. He said weird shit. He wasn't self-aware. But he was generally nice to people. He tried to be polite. He was an accomplice to murder, so there's something wrong. Yeah, but at the same time, like, he got played into that. He was tricked. He still did it. He should have been smarter. But I pity him more than I'm mad at him. It was amazing how completely he bought it. Can't express how enjoyable that was. His reaction to that indicates he's not actually a creep. He cares about people properly. He has empathy. Yeah.
I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life.
Completely unforgivable!
I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him.
Most unfortunate.
Wait, please. If you go now, you'll be playing right into his hands.
Actually...
Taka is planning to use her to escape. He has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean...
Taka is going to try to kill you.
Oh,
Like, with this part, too, it's like... she got him up to the point he was willing to kill, and then she played down, like... get him to where, even at an emotionally lower state, he'll be willing to accept it's necessary. Like, she really... like I said, she is one of the best manipulators. Especially in that she picked the probably easiest person to manipulate.
Indeed.
Also, he can keep her to himself. Kind of makes Celeste's sin all the worse. She didn't just kill someone, she made an innocent guy stain himself with murder first. That is the thing, yeah. And it makes what Monokuma's done even worse. Hey girl, you can manipulate me into your bed. Yeah, that's the thing. Especially... a big part about Celeste, as she's going to say very soon, is that she even manages to lie to herself about her own opinions. And I do wonder on some level, how much was she lying to herself about how okay she was with getting everyone killed over this?
That bastard.
Unforgivable! completely unforgivable!
Honestly.
Can we allow him continue with these barbaric acts? Absolutely not. How could I? She...
I swear, I will save her!
Actually...
Now Hifumi is dead, and he'll carry the weight of having killed Taka up for, in reality, no reason at all, forever in the memories of his friends.
Yeah. Then, would you like to join with me? Just so happens I have come up with a plan.
And here is where she starts scaring him. She pushes real hard here.
I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen, and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing.
Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was... remarkable. Power of love. Even a love as twisted as that can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
Indeed.
Yeah, it's a real pain in the butt, too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. Maybe that's why she had red and yellow roses in her portrait? Because she was lying to herself even about her own opinions on everything? Whereas in school mode, she's able to at least tell herself the truth about her feelings. Here, she's gotta lie to everyone. It's not Makoto, it's because she used love and jealousy to manipulate Hifumi. Oh no, that would add up. Yeah, I don't think during the killing school life she has a crush on Makoto. In school mode, I really think she does, though. Not that she's the only one. They were her weapons. That's true. Okay, yeah, now. I had no idea he'd make something like that. But it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But...
Oh, why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid.
Huh?
That's it?
Let's see.
In that regard, I made the right choice. So glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. I feel like I could cry. I mean, yeah. Hey, Hiro, this... I can't even disagree with her is the problem, you know? He's just stupid.
Well.
But when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead?
Only anyone else would succeed in exonerating themselves because the frame-up was shit. It's like, if you tried to blame Byakuya, Byakuya would be like, just straight up, why would I do something this obviously leading to me? He's right, that doesn't work for him. Kyoko, same thing. Everyone's already wary of Makoto after the first trial, like, a second frame-up attempt on him I don't think would work. Which actually kind of would work to his advantage if he ever tried to kill someone. Not dummy dum-dum. Yeah, like, why would I make a mystery stupider than the one you foiled last case? Like, why would I make a stupider mystery? Okay, with Sakura, there's too much of a risk that she can't actually restrain Sakura. And Sakura's not stupid by any means either. Sakura is able to point out, like, she's like, wait, hang on, this doesn't make sense on paper. What, I'm missing something here. Sakura's not stupid, but she doesn't pick things up as often as someone like Makoto does. She's quite insightful, yeah. She's able to pick up when something doesn't quite make sense. But not always. The only other potential candidate would probably be Hina. But again, when you mess with Hina, Sakura is going to believe Hina no matter what. And again, Sakura's got some actual insight. He might be able to pick something out here. Sakura would genuinely be on the warpath, because she would believe Hina was framed, if Hina told her that. She'd pick apart a flaw in the frame-up too quickly. Also, it's almost impossible to get Sakura, like, out of commission long enough to be framed, to, like, remove an alibi. Because here's the thing. In a bit of expanded content, we do find out that, well, even just based on her sheer fucking size, she's a difficult person to poison. Someone else might do the legwork to explain it, but she would spot the inconsistency. And like I said, Hina's the only other candidate, but there would be at least one person who would vehemently believe in Hina no matter what. And I think she's realized that much. Honestly, framing Hifumi wouldn't be the worst option either. But he was so easy to manipulate instead. Like, honestly, you could switch Hifumi and Hiro here. Somewhat. But Hifumi was a lot easier to manipulate in this scenario, so I think this is correct. I think few would suspect Hina did it. Yeah, the way she acted. Here's the thing. Togami would still suspect it. Just because, like, he doesn't think anyone here is above murder. But, like, Kyoko and Makoto would look at her and be like, I don't know, that's not adding up. She is such a pansy about a lot of this stuff. But Togami would just go with, well, she must be a better liar than I thought. That would be easier for him to believe a lot of the time. He would, but I think he would quickly dismiss it, recognizing there is no good evidence. Yeah, that's also it. What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you would actually let him live?
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. You really believe that? Well, of course, that wasn't all there was to it. As I explained it to Hifumi, the plan was... While you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed me. It all seems very straightforward. Stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
So you had planned to kill him all along. But of course... There would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well...
That's a non-issue. Simply did everything in my power to win. I feel like she is back to the voice now.
Don't be mean!
How you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike. Yeah, She has switched back to the, like, Celestia persona.
Why?
Because it feels like she does have some level of power over them again. What made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. That's not all there is to it. The moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape.
But...
All along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously, that was a lie!
It's so spooked.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here.
You little bitch!
I wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. And do you want to know why? Huh?
This is fine.
'Cause I had a dream. Accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
There was no way I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me...
It was all for that dream. What was this dream of yours?
Isn't it wonderful?
Live in a European castle.
A castle?
And together, handsome men from all over the world serve as my butlers/bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need.
Now, here is... It's not definitive, but this is example number 1 of... The drills are part of her headband. She's not wearing it, and she doesn't have them in this image. Too bad you're not handsome.
Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal.
That's what life is all about! I do wonder on some level, if her dream is more about, you know what, Byakuya is right, this is purely stereotypical. Kinda is. About her dream, I wonder how much of it is she actually wants that, and how much of it is she wants to chase it. Decadence, Cultus on Edge. Comes down to it, Celestia is kind of a stereotypical high school girl. Yeah, here's the thing. Even that dream, she wants a harem of vampire butlers to wait on her hand and foot in a European castle. I just think half of all teenage girls have had that dream. Dreaming of a shoujo maiden lifestyle? Yeah. Like, at its core, that's a very pedestrian thing to dream about. It's so out there and so weird, but it's so something you can dream. And that's ripped from a shoujo manga, for real, yeah. And again, that's another aspect of her character I talked about before. Her more basic preferences and how I think there's a real chance that she's kind of a big fan of manga and anime, but she hates how common that is, so she hides that. Fine with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. Got right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be done.
fortunately my dream has been scattered to the wind.
Still, I don't have any regrets. Pursued my dream till the very end, so why would I? Wrong, Till? Maybe she hates Hifumi because she's more like him than she'd care to admit. I do think that's part of it. She's basically a cosplayer. It really is, like, she's cosplaying her OC. Taiko Yasuhiro is cosplaying her OC, Celestia Ludenberg. Down to a fake hair headband, because I bet she just hadn't had the time to grow it out that long.
Just the worst.
Sounds so passionate, but were you able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh.
You asking me to feel guilty? It's a pointless endeavor.
I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
And that's where I think she's lying.
Do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete.
I think she's lying. I think she's lying because she doesn't want anyone to... She doesn't want to be known now. She never wants to be known truly, but to admit that she ever felt bad about this, I don't think any of them feel nothing. No, I don't think so. I think she just wants to... She's playing a part again. Because it's easier if no one misses her. Even for her. Like, if she gave, like, a real spiel about her insecurities and who she is and why she did this, they might sympathize with her the way they sympathized with Mondo. And I don't think she'd enjoy that. But then there's also always that veneer of Celestia. Even if she would, in the long run, do better if they all understood her, she doesn't want that. She'd become a broken girl in their memories forever. Yeah. She wouldn't be Celestia Ludenberg. That's not who they'd remember. They'd remember the broken, crying, average girl, Taiko Yasuhiro, rather than the heartless murderer, Celestia Ludenberg, who almost got away with it. It's already lost. She may as well remain someone big in their memory, not someone weak and ordinary.
Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? Simply no room for understanding.
And again, this is something... something about her character that I think her lie worked too well. Because I think a great deal of the fandom actually thinks she did this with no remorse.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. Plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Here's my proof that she can lie about it. Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just other people. I can even fool my own emotions. Conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then...
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Marie Antoinette.
Hey.
You'd just get executed again. I almost think that was a joke. Celeste smiled then. When she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. Do not believe he would. Yeah, I don't think he'd know who Marie Antoinette is. You make a good point. I wonder if she said something else. I mean, she's an Anglophile, so I think she would, like, know. I don't know. Marie Antoinette is a pretty famous character even in Japan, to be fair. And he is into, like, that alternate history crap. He might actually be kind of familiar with historical figures, you know? You know, like, he's so into O-parts and stuff, maybe he would know a big historical figure like her. Character? Did I say character? I meant figure. General Japanese audience would know Marie Antoinette, I think. And that's fair. It's not Yasuhiro? No, I think he does get into, like, weird history. I think he has stupid theories about her, but I think he'd recognize who she is solely because she aligns with his interests of, you know, powerful ruling class using magic, but maybe he thinks whatever magic bullcrap she had got stolen, that's why she died. She claims she could fool her own feelings. That statement itself must have been her final lie. That weak, fake smile is what betrayed her.
Thrills, chills, kills!
You all done? Okay, then let's get rolling! The black and disturb the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment! Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this.
And this scene alone made a lot of people ship Celeste with Kyoko.
What?
I'm not kidding. In the anime, they, like, hold hands, quote-unquote, while she slides her the locker key. And that alone was enough. Now, the dynamic does work. A detective and a liar. It works so well that... well, they do it again.
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way.
Lesbians. They actually go much further on it the next time they do that dynamic. Maybe because they saw how fun it could be.
Which is why... Actually, it's not important.
But at the same time, I think Kyoko would hate Celeste more than anyone. Quite possibly.
Well then, take care, everyone.
I almost wonder if she was going to say that Celeste is a liar and Kyoko values truth. Want Homolust and Danganronpa? Oh, don't worry, you'll get that next game. Like, to an actually uncomfortable degree in some points. Do not worry. No. Danganronpa 2. We can do that, just wait. Yeah, no, Danganronpa 2, you're gonna get a lot of it. Danganronpa V3, you're gonna get a lot of it. Hell, even the Danganronpa 3 anime has some. Don't worry, you're getting it. Trust me. I wonder what Celeste was going to say to them. Before she said, no, it doesn't matter. Was she going to give something resembling words of encouragement? But just... couldn't?
Perhaps we'll meet again. In another life.
You do the homolust? Player character is usually involved, so I'll say yes. Celeste has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. The burning of the Versailles Witch. A quiet, somber, dignified execution. Ain't Monokuma's style. Can't even... If anything, that death was something she would have liked. That's giving her what she wants, but then turning it ridiculous by hitting her with a goddamn truck. So, can't even pretend there's dignity in the death. Yeah. Over. The third execution is over. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. For him to just come along and...
Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, so more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young! You need to place more value on your lives!
What are you gonna do?
Jeez, here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
What do I care about hope? I'll throw it to the trash, you just let me out of here.
Too bad!
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is. But that reality just can't be avoided.
Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us?
How strange.
God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key-type object from Celeste?
Hey! Hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
What?
What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh!
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh! How exciting!
Ah, oh man, oh geez, oh man, oh geez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it.
What was that just now? Mastermind did something to Kyoko's body. What does that mean?
Hello.
Okay, things are getting kinda awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here.
Well?
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
See ya later!
Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although, it wasn't all despair. Kinda funny she's the only one to notice. Well... It's more like... It was done more to her than everyone else, so of course she'd notice it first. There was one small hope. Hey, Kyoko. Monokuma already mentioned it, but it's that key that Celeste gave you.
So...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers.
Huh?
What? Then that means... Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey!
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. Left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. We approached the dressing room. Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey.
Going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone?
So...
Do you even have to ask? She spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please let me go? Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
Well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo!
You're going to the dining hall, okay?
Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go... together?
She does say Marie Antoinette in the original. Okay, fair enough. I thought about it. I am willing to believe, because of his weird alternate history conspiracy interests, he'd know who Marie Antoinette is. Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. It's funny that that's kind of true. I tried to forget what Hina said. I'm talking about Kyoko specifically. My Kyoko's shipping, it's called Naigiri. In the original, they're usually called Naegi and Kirigiri. Well, that's dumb. Tell them to change it to Makyoko. I mean, it's really just... Makyoko is funnier. Look, dude, it's like a 15-year-old ship name at this point. You ain't changing it. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone. Kyoko and I.
Shall we go?
No, me and Kyoko. Kyoko and me. Going back in time to fix it? Good luck with that.
So then...
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. As the locker swung open, we saw...
You really came.
Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it?
It's safe. Thank goodness. Never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. Like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart.
I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So?
Oh, man.
Now, that is something interesting. That implies to me that Celeste did, like, plan for her thing failing, and, like, just gave Alter Ego but when someone comes to get you, talk again. Like, she did at least care enough that if I fail, I'm not gonna take Alter Ego from them. A gambler would. A gambler would. As, like, again, that's part of why I don't think she was, truly remorseless. Because she still gave them this way out in case she failed. Think I might be able to open the last set of files soon, maybe as early as tomorrow. Doing my best, so please wait just a while longer. Nothing else, she lost Monokuma's game, so it follows she'd want someone to beat him. If nothing else, yeah. So now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but... If we take a second, if we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know? Just makes me even more worried.
What?
Worried? What happened during the investigation this time? disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation, you do that.
Indeed.
It's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No! I believe in you. Nah, Kyoko, your actions during the first trial, from Makoto's perspective, don't make any sense if you're in league with Monokuma.
What?
You believe in me? Helping him work past that grief? Nah, Monokuma's puppet would not have done that. Might have helped solve the case for funsies, but... Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? So I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Lilac hair baddie, no way you're evil. Because we're friends. I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then...
That's fine.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see... What I heard from Kyoko then was... Frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. Decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. When it did, I went into action.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back... Said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but... Kyoko really be right about this? I am actually going to save on a cliffhanger right here. I know it's not technically the next thing, but I'm overtime. So boys in action mode, and we'll get more action mode on Friday. Or Tuesday, actually. I thought today was Tuesday for some reason. You ass. I'm so overtime already, Bathwater, I'm sorry. I got stuff I have to do before I go to bed and all. Yes, save. This was a good one. We went over because I kept discussing one of my favorite characters. She's probably my favorite character in this game. It's probably why a lot of Danganronpa fanfiction I've thought up revolves around her in one way or another. Ever put that to paper? I don't know if I will. But I'm going to stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't gotta thank you. Well, bye, YouTube.